morning, everybody. So today, it's dry now. Not completely dry yet. I don't know what that is with the medium. It's actually not drying overnight. It's possible that so the medium that we're using, I'm mixing myself. This might have been mixed. It might not be 5-to-1. There may be less alkyd in it. So what that means is this is still a little bit wet. So it's not really lifting, but it's not dry. So today my plan is to start getting in here and doing some of the jewelry. So I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do with it, how I want to go about it. I haven't resolved that yet for myself. So scissors. I got it.
Laurel says she's ready for more of Kevin's magic.
I don't know about magic. Feels like work from here. Granted, I'd rather be doing this work than just about anything else, but it definitely feels like work from here. So I just got to figure out like I know what I want to do. So I'm going to try to leave all the darker areas in here as this shade that's down, and then simply build in my lights on top. So what I've got to try to do is figure out what color the lights are. I want to make sure they're gold, but again, gold is not yellow. So I've got to figure out what color combination will work nicely with this that's already down to give me this general color. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to work my way down, and I want to maintain some of this really beautiful kind of rich, kind of orangish gold as I work my way down. So I'm a little bit more yellow gold up here, allowing just the shadows to be this color, and as I work my way down, allowing some of this richer color, this darker color, to function as the lights. And so that way, I'm going to get a drop off from what is the lightest to what is darkest down at the bottom. There'll be basically, it'll be a gradient for the gold from lightest to darkest. But that'll allow me to keep some of this really beautiful, almost what looks like a sunset in the painting, and it plays beautifully against the violets. As I start elevating it, it's going to lose some of that elegance. If I start making it too bright everywhere, and I say too bright, if I match the photograph everywhere, it will start to lose some of its elegance. And so I'm making a artistic decision to create a gradient from lightest to darkest shades of gold, allowing a transition that will let me leave some of the gold that is down at the bottom exactly the same shade that it is right now, or very close. Leave a lot of this gold showing as it is. This will be a little bit, like up in here will be a little bit lighter, here a little bit lighter, and I'll go lighter, 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 all the way up until we get into here, and then everything from here up will be one shade, this. So, and again, so that requires a little bit of thinking through how I'm gonna move the painting in that way. And so for me now, I'm just gonna worry about this. I'll deal with this as one thing, and then I'll kind of figure out how the rest of it will be done. I don't know how much work this will be. This is one of those things, like it could be really, really fast, or it could take forever to get done. And it's a matter of, it's almost like the way I was working on the eye. If I can tackle this the way I tackled the forehead on the subject, it'll fly. If I get caught up in the details, and again, like you can go into it with an intent, it doesn't mean that you can stay focused necessarily. The painting itself will kind of pull you in one direction or another, and if you don't have a clear path in your head about how you're going to get it done, and then start applying it and see it kind of working, it's easy to get bogged down and caught up doing stuff that you didn't intend. So I'm figuring out color right now. And again, I know I have some things like in here, they're very bright. So I do have to account for something that is very light. So I'm just gonna test out white with Indian yellow, which is a glaze color. Indian yellow is a very rich golden yellow. And I'm just gonna test it out. I'm gonna make a mixture of it and see how it looks against the photograph, against the painting, and see if it seems like a reasonable highlight to me. So this is really, really yellow. So like once you pull a yellow like that up here, you can see against these, it is so yellow. I don't want to use white. Like I can see those highlights against this. These are definitely not white. So I want to make sure that I'm kind of pulling away from that. This is way too yellow for what I need. Might be an okay base, but it's way too chromatic, meaning that it's much more yellow than the painting will bear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a little bit of violet into it. And so the reason that I'm using violet or purple is because purple is on the color wheel. It is on the other side. It is a complementary color. It's an opposite. And so if you want to take color out of something, let's say you have something that's yellow, one of the ways of getting it to be less yellow is to add its complement or its opposite on the color wheel, right? So if you don't know the color wheel, you can just look it up. But yellow and violet are opposites. They're completely different sides of the color wheel. And so by diminishing this, just a little bit of purple makes it quite a bit less yellow. And so even here, this looks really kind of gaudy next to this. It's definitely darker than my highlights now, but still it's just way too yellow. And so I just want to make sure I resolve this before I start. Again, I'd rather spend 10 or 15 minutes figuring out what colors to put down so that when I start painting, I'm getting my result. Again, still way too yellow. You can see it. It's just so over the top. So I'm actually seeing more oranges in here. So I'm going to kind of go in that direction a little bit and see where that leads. Again, it's kind of pushing me more in the direction of the color that's already down, which is okay. Again, I am going to have to elevate it, but that might be the best starting point to get to the color that's down or something like it. And then, and then once I've got the color, then start elevating the value. So I can always glaze this and get it closer to a gold later on as long as my values are in place. And again, I start looking still very light, but this is actually starting to feel a little bit more like it. And even though it's not matching any one of these colors, it kind of falls in. When I hold it over the gold, it kind of falls in and it seems fine. And again, I'm just looking at it. Just trying to get a sense of how it looks in here, how it looks in here. I'm not planning on painting everything. And so once I decide that I'm good with this, which I haven't decided that yet, but once I decide I'm good with this, I'll put a few marks down. I'll do one of these and see how it looks. So I've got to do this and then I've got to do one step lighter. So I'll see how it looks. And actually, as I'm looking at it, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm looking at the value on it. Comparing it, like I'm looking at it in here and I'm looking at it compared to the white. I want to make sure that it reads a bit darker than the white. So the white lacks chroma, lacks rich color. And even though white, when you look at it, you see it as the lightest thing on your palette. Something that is darker, but is more colorful, can look lighter. So this shade is quite a bit darker than white, but it doesn't look like it, at least here when I'm looking at it. It's so colorful that the color makes up for the darkness. And it is quite a bit darker than the white. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. I see it on the palette, distinctly darker. But in here, it doesn't feel like it. And so I want to make sure that the shade, again, what I see on my palette is not in relation to what's going to go up here. And so I've got to make sense of it. And again, I can estimate on the palette, but until it's in here, I won't know for absolute certainty what I've got. But I'm thinking this is pretty good. I think I'm going to knock this down just a little bit more, make it a little bit darker, bring it a little closer to this, and then I'll create one more shade lighter, and I'll start playing around with this, start painting a little. And again, I'm staying colorful. I added a little bit of, I think it's red oxide. Yeah, transparent red oxide. So it's a glazing color. So I'm not looking to make the paint very, I've got some opaques in here, but I've got some transparents in here as well. So I'm gonna wind up with something that is not, there we go. So that looks good. That looks like it harmonizes now with what's down. It'll read as a distinct white, but it is not jumping away from the collar. So that looks pretty good to me as a starting point. Okay, so now that I've got that, I'm just gonna I'm gonna do one of the little metals, just kind of tap in the shapes of the lights. And then, and see how it looks. And again, thin the paint down. I want the paint to come off the brush very easily. And so today I'm going to be working with, and this is not a brush, it's not a brush that that we typically use within the program. It is a stippling brush. It's what's called a Deerfoot stippler. And all it is it's kind of a round brush, but it's cut flat. It's kind of angled and it's flat. And it's used, this is a small one, but it's used for stippling, like for using masks and friskets and stuff like that, and you kind of tap down and what the hell are they called? Mask is for airbrushes, they use it, but stencils. So you'd use this with a stencil. I'm not using it that way, but it's a stenciling brush. So what I want to do, I'm just going to grab one of these over here and kind of work on it. So I'm going to take this one. So here, just again, this is going to put all kinds of texture in it. It's going to make it a little bit uneven, which is what I want. I don't want this to, there's so much texture in these. I don't want them to read like they were put in mechanically. I want them to have all of that texture. So the stippling brush is great for that. And again, please do not run out and buy a stippling brush. That's not, you'll notice this whole painting was done without this. I'm using this brush specifically for these metals. Stippling brush it has its value, but it's not for very much. I'll just put it that way. It doesn't have value for a lot of things, and so you don't need one. There's no need to go out and spend your money on something like this. And like I said, I said this actually earlier on. When you need a brush like this, you'll be doing the work with something else. And you'll go into a store and you'll see the brush and you'll be like, oh, that's the brush that I need. You'll recognize it immediately. You'll recognize it immediately because it will be missing in your toolbox, and you'll have had a need for it and not had it, so that when you see the brush for the first time, you'll know immediately that that's the brush that fits the need, right? And if you just go out and buy the brush, it'll sit in your box and you won't use it. Or you'll get it and you'll use it for stuff it has no business being used for. And so we want to try to avoid that if we can. Right? I'm a big proponent of not spending your money on stuff you don't need. But spending, when you do spend your money, to spend it wisely on the materials that you're getting.
Question.
Yes.
Is there any such thing as metallic oil paints? In other words, could you use a gold oil paint or pigment?
Okay, so there are, so let me kind of, the way that works, there are iridescent paints and there are metallic paints, but they're not reflective. You couldn't mix gold into something. It's its own thing, and it's a decorative element, and it'll always look flat, right? So if you put down, like let's say you had chrome paint, right? Because it's the most extreme end of things. It's highly reflective. Imagine putting that down into a painting. What makes chrome beautiful is how it, on a curved surface, how it reflects, like on a bumper on a car, it reflects the blue of the sky, the gray of the ground, it reflects the grass on the horizon line. It's reflective. On a flat surface, it's just a mirror, right? And so gold paint, if it's metallic, it's not really gonna work here. I have to create the illusion of reflection. Because the surface is flat, if I just painted it with reflective gold paint, it would still be flat. I need to create an impression of 3 dimensions of a reflective nature of this metal. And so metal paint isn't gonna do that for me. I don't know if you would find metallic paint in oil. I don't think I've ever seen that. But I have seen it in, I think, acrylic. There are metallics in acrylic. I could be wrong about that with oil, but I don't think I've ever seen metallic oils. And it may be that the oil, the actual oil in a paint, makes the metallics a non-functional thing as a pigment, where the acrylic binders might be fine, but I don't think I've ever seen metallic oil paint, to the best of my recollection.
And what are your thoughts on gold leaf?
It's beautiful if you know how to use it. You use it wisely. There's an artist, you want to look him up. His name is Brian O'Neill. He's up in Rochester, New York. But he does. He's actually a student, or was a student of Anthony Wachulis, and he does paintings. He's highly skilled realist painter that does realism, hyper-realism, abstraction, gold leaf, all in the same painting. He's got some really, really wonderful stuff. But you can see how this stuff would be integrated. You see an artist like him working, you can get a sense of how these things can be integrated. And again, it's just, he does it very nicely, but like there's no limit to what you can do with it. And look, I mean, this is all about, it's about creativity. So once you know what you're doing, you start looking for ways to better express what you're trying to express. Right? That's all this is. Like for me, I wouldn't put gold leaf in a painting. And it's not because I don't appreciate it when it's done well by somebody else. It's just not me. That's all. It's just not me. When I see it done beautifully by somebody, I'm good with it. And in fact, one of our students, one of my full-timers, a few years back, actually did some work in gold leaf on paintings she was doing here at the school. And again, that was once she knew what she was doing. She wasn't doing that early on. She was just about at the end of the full-time program. She really knew what she was doing, and she had these ideas for a couple of paintings with gold and silver leaf, and so she went in and she did them. And they were really quite nice. Right, again, so as I'm doing this, there are some areas in here that require a little bit more, the marks are a little bit more linear. So I'm trying to just get those in, try to account for them. Trying to make sure that I've got all of the really bright stuff accounted for here. And again, I don't know yet if this color is going to work. I think it's going to. I wouldn't be putting it down if I didn't believe that it was going to work out. But I don't know for sure.
Question?
Yes.
Is this going to be realism or hyper-realism? And what is the difference between the two?
So this is just realism. This is I guess you could call it like, I think the term is actually like romantic realism. And it's kind of a, again, I'm not rendering it flawlessly to match the photograph or the reference material. And I can say photograph, but it's just your reference material. Whether it's from direct observation or it's from a photograph, your reference is your reference, right? And so hyperrealism would be faithfully reproducing the thing in front of you, where a person looking at it can't tell the difference between what they're looking at and what the real thing is. Like, it's that realistic, and you kind of push it. And of course, there are artists with varying degrees of skill who do that. Again, if you go and you look at Anthony Wachoulis, you go and look at his work. He runs the Ani Academy. It's A-N-I. I think it's Academy. But his work, he does hyperrealism, and his stuff is just dizzyingly tight. And it is a very particular skill set. It requires a very particular mindset. You have to be in absolute control of yourself, because there's no cutting any corners on that. You see his work, you'll know what I'm talking about. But he is faithfully reproducing the world as he sees it, right? And that's important, because that's not slavishly copying. He composes his still lifes, and he's very thoughtful about them. He thinks about the light. He puts it all together so it's a vision that he wants to reproduce, and then he faithfully executes the painting based on everything that he built. So here, I'm kind of using my reference, my source material, and again, here it's a photograph, but even if it were from direct observation, to beautifully represent, even more beautifully represent, kind of idealize my subject. Make him as beautiful or as powerful or as elegant as I can. Throwing away some of the information that holds me back from that. Adding things in that I think will improve on the source material. Now, that's not to say that I'm taking out wrinkles and, I'm not doing that, because those things are part of who he is. But I am being thoughtful about how they look when I paint them. And so I might strengthen one thing or diminish another for effect, because I think that he looks better, still looks like himself, but looks better for those changes. So I have a bit more artistic license in kind of romantic realism. And I think that's the term that's used. Again, like I talked about this a little bit yesterday, I don't really care about the language, but I think that it is just kind of like idealizing your subject matter, making it the most beautiful version of itself that you can, while still being faithful to it. If I do too much, the subject no longer looks like the subject. It looks like somebody else in a different space. So I have to be faithful to the source material to a degree. But the way that I paint and what I'm doing, kind of realism, gives me a broader latitude to impart my opinions and to take or leave portions of the subject that I don't think, or that I think move the subject, the painting, forward in a positive way. Somebody who's doing hyperrealism is being much more faithful to the source material. And that doesn't mean that they're, again, not slavishly copying it. They're just being more faithful to it. They're not taking as many artistic liberties, right? So if something is a particular thing, they paint that thing. Now, they may impart different type of edges or a little bit more color or a little bit of this or a little bit of that, elevating a value a little bit in a highlighter. They're still making adjustments, but they're trying to be more faithful to the subject than I am here. And again, I don't want to give the impression that I am not being faithful to the subject matter, because clearly I'm being very careful to keep this looking just like him. And again, he's not done yet. So when he's done, he's going to look just like he does in the photograph here. Or let me rephrase that. He's going to look. He's going to be easily recognized. You'd be able to pull him out of a crowd of 1,000 with this painting. And that's all I'm shooting for. That's my goal. My goal is for anybody seeing this painting to be able to easily recognize him in a crowd of 1,000. Right? If I'm able to do that, then I've done my job. Right, so I'm now going to do, so that's a good base, and now I'm going to elevate the value, drop in the highlights on it, and then I'll see how that looks. But that's actually looking really good to me. The light that I put down works beautifully with the shadows. The shadows don't feel plugged up, they still feel colorful. The light is a distinct light. There's no confusing the light for the shadow. It blended nicely in the places I wanted blended. It stayed sharp in the places I wanted it sharp. Now I'm going to create a value lighter that more represents these extreme highlights and drop them in on top and see if this pulls together. And if it does, I can then run the table with this. And I'll treat it pretty much like an assembly line. I'll probably knock out like 4 or 5 of these with just this shade, then add the highlights. Then I'll do the next 4 or 5, finish that side. Then I'll do like this one, and then I'll work my way up here, do like maybe half of them, and then maybe this half, something like that. Like the ones that are turned this way are a bit more work because I'm being specific. These, not that I'm not being specific, but you're not seeing all these little ins and outs. These are just, they're really abstract. And so even though, like, again, this is a realistic painting, there's nothing realistic about this that I can render. All I can do is hint at it. So they become abstract marks to give the impression of the form of these metals. Again, I'm able to glaze this later on after it's done, after it's dry, if I decide that it needs to be more gold and more colorful. Or I can easily get that in. So even if my my colors are not doing exactly what I need, I have some room to play with it later on. Obviously, I don't want to be, you know, I've been saying this all along. I want to make sure that what I am doing is getting me as close to the finish line as possible. I'm not okay with the idea of putting something down that I know is definitely not moving in the right direction. and then thinking, well, I'll just do, like, I'll overhaul it later on. I don't want to do that. It's one thing for me to set the stage, to do it in multiple layers as a plan. It's another thing for me to leave something a mess, figuring, yeah, I'll just do a little bit of extra work in the next pass to fix it. I don't want to get myself into that place. So I want to make sure that what I'm putting down is doing what I want it to do. And so this is a little bit dark. The color on it looks good, but it's reading a little bit dark to me. These highlights are so bright.
Hey Kevin, I have some questions about acquiring the Old Holland medium,
Yes.
the Alkyd.
Yes,
Is this the right place to find it?
that's the one.
I'm not finding the name. Do you know what it would be called under here?
Have them call. Have them call. That's all. There should be a phone number there or an email. Just have them reach out. The product is relatively new. Old Holland made it years ago, and then they stopped making it. So they brought it back, like, at our request, and obviously there is a market for it. But since they're back and making it, I guess that it's back on the market again. But in the U.S., the Italian oyster is the only place that you can get it. But I think what you can do is you can just call them, and they'll set you up. Okay, so I've created something. It's tan, and I'm just gonna drop a few marks in here and step back and take a look, see how it looks. So I'm only looking for the brightest marks now. Also, once I know this works, I'll be moving my palette up here. I'm not going to be going back and forth with all these little dots along the way. My palette will wind up on my canvas. And again, I'm being careful. I don't want to put marks in where they don't go. This is very important now because this is going to define the form of these metals. So I'm being very careful not to put marks where they don't go. And again, like right now, I'm paying attention to this one. As long as I'm doing a pretty good job of explaining the form, like, which is, again, it's the reflective quality of this is going to help to do that. Once I've got all of the metals in, the specifics of one metal will not be, one errant mark here or there isn't going to make much of a difference. But I don't want to set a low bar, because it'll become so easy to just throw this away and not take any care with it. And again, that's me. That's like, it would be so easy to just be like, oh, this is going to be slow, kind of tedious work, and I don't want to do it, and I just kind of cut a corner here, cut a corner there. And the next thing, you're just throwing the painting away, and you wind up having to go back in and do it eventually anyway. So for me, I want to take my time. I want to eliminate the back and forth to the palette because I don't want to spend time needlessly. But there is going to be an allocation of time to do this. There's no getting away from that. Right, and you can see I'm getting some dimension in this. I'm seeing I'm seeing that my edges are super sharp, and it's kind of the nature of what I'm doing. So I'm going to knock the edges down a little bit, just a little bit. I just don't want them to be so over the top. They don't need to be razor sharp. Again, even though it's a metal, it doesn't need to be razor sharp. to feel like metal. So I can knock the edges down on some of these as I go, right? And so this is,
Question.
yes.
What colors did you mix for that color? I guess the most recent one you mixed.
So I mixed, let me think about that for a second. I mixed white with Indian yellow and I don't know what our violet is, and Old Holland bright violet. That's basically the mixture. It's mostly white and yellow with a little bit of violet to take the sting out of the yellow.
Another question. Is that pole there to steady your hand or is it to prevent smudges?
Both. If I put my hand down, some of this is still wet, so it'll make a mess of my work from yesterday. But it also, I would be doing it, if I could rest my hand on canvas, I would, because that would just make life easy for me. Okay, I just want to step away and take a look at that and get a sense of how it fits. And I'm actually liking the way it looks. It has a nice look to it. I'm not sure if the shadows on it are too dark. So I'm looking in here at some of the darker areas. So like in here, it'd be like on either side of that bar. Like when I step back, they darken up. And I just want to make sure that they don't feel too dark. I'm just trying to get a sense of how they read. And I think they actually look fine. The lights are not too bright. So I think we're good. I think the colors are good. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. So now I've got one brush for each shade. And I'm gonna keep it that way. I'm going to grab a small, like a small filbert, which is our standard brush. And I'm going to use it to clean up a little bit. The stippling brush is not designed for anything but stippling. You can't use it for anything else, really. So I'm going to use my filbert to just go in and kind of clean up any edges that I don't like, just to make sure that I'm good with the final result. I'm actually going to be taking, because I wipe the brush as I'm doing this, I'm actually going to be taking a piece of paper towel and taping it down so that I can kind of scrub the brush as I go without having to have the paper towel in my hand. It's kind of, again, I'm all about efficiency. And so for me, every time if I've got to hold the paper towel in my hand, it slows me down in everything I'm doing. If I've got to pick it up and kind of hold it to clean my brush every time, it slows me down. Even if it's adding 2 or 3 seconds each time I do it, if I'm doing it 20 times a minute, or 20 times every 2 minutes, which is probably likely, half of my painting time is done fumbling around with a rag. And I don't want to waste my time like that. So anything that I can do to streamline the process and make sure that I'm optimizing what I'm doing here, I want to make sure that I'm doing just that. And again, I don't want to soften every mark here because this is metal. I do want to make sure that I have sharp edges against softer edges so that the sharp edges give the impression that they're really sharp.
Question.
They can't all be equal. Yes.
will you darken the jacket as it looks more charcoal and not as rich a black as the photo?
Yes. I won't, so there's a couple of things. One, there's so much to answering that. Right now, the lip part of the jacket is insanely dark. It's much darker than it would actually be if you were looking at it. So you're seeing the jacket right now and you're thinking that it's charcoal, but a black jacket under a light source is not black. It's not even close, right? If you think of value 1 is white and value 10 is black, the shadows in a jacket, if you push the lighting scenarios, the jacket's shadows are pure black. The lip part of the jacket's going to be like a value 6 or 7. It's a very dark gray, colored by the temperature of the light. So this gray is already probably a value darker than this jacket would look in the real world. I've taken liberties with this and I've pushed it there. All that's left for me to do to finish the jacket is to reestablish the shadows 1 value darker. By doing that, the shadows will pull the entire jacket, even though I'm leaving the lights where they are, it'll pull the entire jacket to make it look like it is darker, right? Because what you're looking at right now is an average. But if the shadows are a full step darker, feeling black compared to the lights, and the lights are dark, the jacket then starts to feel much darker than it actually is. I've kept it subtle, and I've intentionally built it up this way. I don't want to put in lights because I don't want anything jumping off the jacket. The collar is silk. There's some reflective quality in here, but I'm very likely going to leave that out. It is possible that I'll put it in. I may decide it's necessary. What I'm hoping is that the darker values that I put in will allow the things that need to be lighter to be lightened by virtue of their relationship to the darker shade. But this jacket is actually darker in the lights than it should be for a black jacket under this much light. I'm kind of gaming the system here, taking advantage of understanding how the relationships work. And I'm hoping, like I said, to not have to build up any lights. We'll see how that goes. If I do have to build up lights, it'll be a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of work, but it's gonna have to be very specifically matched value-wise to what's down here. Okay, so let me... So I'm just creating a little bit of a place, some tape that I can turn into a palette that I can then stick up on the painting. Right, so just kind of sticking tape together, a couple of pieces. And I'm actually going to cut this down. I'm actually going to cut this and take just this side and put it over here. I don't need this massive photograph on here.
Is the jacket dark gray or dark blue?
The jacket, okay, so here we go. The jacket does not have a color. The jacket only has a molecular structure that bounces certain portions of the light spectrum and absorbs others, giving an impression of a color. All of that is determined by the environment and the light source. The jacket itself, the paint that I use for this is a couple of different things. There's grays, there's purples in it, there's browns in it, there's a lot of things going on in here. But the jacket itself, it's irrelevant. It's how it relates to everything here. There are browns in there. You don't see them because the stuff around it is so much browner. Okay? So it's a question that is, if you had to have been here while I've been building this up because I've been talking about it, right? it's not one color or another. And if you've seen how it's been built up, this is now the third layer that you're seeing. So there's a lot of stuff underneath that is making it what it is. It's an impossible question to answer without, if you watch the videos, you'll see exactly how it was arrived at. But there's a lot more to it than that. And the question that you're asking, though, it seems to make sense. It's too simple a question for the information that you're asking for. And that's not me dodging. I've actually along the way, and I know that the video's been scrolling for many, many hours. Along the way, I've explained how this works as I was doing each thing so that it makes sense. Damn it.
What is that?
That appears to be paint that got lifted.
Really?
Yeah, that's not good. So, again, just trying to get some of the tack off of this. Yeah, that appears to be paint that came up. That's not good. So, I'll have to touch that up today. It's not that big a deal, but it's a nuisance. Again, just maybe me not being careful enough when I took the photograph off. Create more work for yourself if you're not careful. So, and I'm assuming I did that. That's not. I just wasn't being careful when I took that photograph down. Take for granted that it's not going to go anywhere. Get a little bit rough. So. So I'm just thinning down my paint, and then I'm going to move it up to that piece of tape.
Frank said, put tape on blue jeans and do it a few times. It takes the tack out, but remains sticky.
Yeah. I do it with my fingers. I try not to wash my hands, and then or maybe that's the problem. I've been washing my hands so much that doesn't work. Because like the oil in your hands will kind of loosen up the tack on the tape. So anyway, you can kind of see what I'm pulling off of here. So I'm just going to work my way up. And again, I'm going to basically keep my finger in the place I'm working so that I can keep track of it.
About the paint lifting, Sana said, it was just done to show us to be careful and how to fix it, right?
No. I wish I could say that. No, that was not intentional, and I'm not happy about it. Really, I'm really not happy about it. It's not a big deal. It's only 2 dots, and I'll be able to deal with it. But it's two dots that don't need to be there, and a little bit of carelessness on my part generated that. And again, this is one of those things, like, you take your eye off the ball for a second. You don't treat the painting. It's going to take. I keep reaching down to the palette. It's going to take me a few minutes to get settled into the idea that my paint is up here. But you gotta be thoughtful of the painting the whole time you're working. You don't get a break if you're standing in front of your painting working. Doesn't matter what you're doing. You've got to treat the painting with just the utmost of respect every moment that you're standing in front of it. That's just how it is. All right, and I took for granted that it was not going to be an issue, and I just kind of peeled the photo away. And again, it's not really a big deal. I'm careful to put the photographs down in places that if there's a problem, that it's not a problem. Like I wouldn't have put that tape on his face. And so the brush that I'm using, and again, don't go out and buy this. Don't want you doing that. Most stipplers they're round and then they're cut flat at the bottom. What I like about this brush is that it's cut on an angle. So I can actually, there is actually an edge to it that I can make a straight line if I need. Where a regular stippling brush would not give you that option. And so, again, it becomes a multi-purpose tool. It's not great at giving that, but it does offer it. So for some of these edges, I can create a sharp edge, clean linear mark, without having to switch to a different brush. And that's good. That's what I want. I want to be able to not have to switch out brushes every time I want to kind of change the mark that I'm making. Again, while I'm doing this, I want to bear in mind, like I'm looking at this one piece, but I want to think of it within the whole, right? So the shadows in this one look awfully dark when I step back, but in the photo they look dark. In the ones around it, you don't have nearly so much dark. So the one I happen to pick to do as a demo to check it, I have to think of it related to all of the others. Same with this, I'm thinking about how it is related to the others. Trying to make sure that I'm not covering up too much shadow, but I'm not leaving too much shadow showing through. Again, it's so easy to treat each one of these as an individual and elevate them beyond where they belong. And I want to be very careful not to do that.
Scott Dean said to use low-tack frog tape. It's the yellow one.
Yes.
He uses it for faux finishes and has never had it pull paint.
Thank you, thank you. I know about it, I've not used it, but good to know that it's out there and it works. Yeah, I've been using this blue tape forever, and it's low tack, but it's not an extremely low tack, obviously, because it does lift, or it can. Okay, so as I'm doing this, I'm realizing I actually need a third value, one that's darker than this. And so what I'm doing is, rather than creating a third value, I'm starting to get very gentle in the application of the paint in some places to give the impression of a third value while still working with just the two. Again, I mean, a third value means a lot more work. And so I can get the result with the two values. I just have to manage the material. So this is actually moving along nicely. And again, all I'm doing, I'm not painting the metals. All I'm doing is putting in the highlights. Nothing more. And so I'm literally only painting like maybe 20 or 30%, but everything is pulling together. I've got to watch my edges as I go. But it's basically pulling together without me rendering, just looking for the things that are lighter than the things around them. And then I build it up in 2 stages. All right, so I'm going to move over to my extreme light. I'm just grabbed a little bit more paint and I'm just getting some oil in it. Already you can see the paint is pretty thin. Let's go back in here. So again, like these marks, there's less of them because these are the extreme highlight. And again, I don't want to overdo it. I want to make sure that these function as accents and they don't start gobbling up the entire metal. So again, like you hear this word over and over from me, restraint. Where do the marks go? Put them only where they go. No place else, and be measured. There are places where there's a lot of this shade, like out here. But then there are other places in this particular metal where there's almost none of it. So I want to be careful to not overstate it. And again, I'm not painting in great detail here. There's no need. I'm hinting at the shapes. And it's not that I can't go in and render this, but there's no value. These things will all be recognizable. Even from up close, it'll do its job. It's not like, oh, if you view it from 100 yards away, it's fine. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm putting down enough information that anyone looking at it is going to see what I want them to see. And you can see these marks are not random. They're particular to the reference material here. I am being selective.
Question from Nicholas. How do you handle a highlight or reflection inside of a gradient to make sure the values are consistent with the gradient?
A highlight inside of a gradient? You wouldn't have a highlight inside of a gradient. A gradient is a transition between a shadow and a light, okay? Or more specifically, it's an explanation of a bend in form. So if I have a bend in the form, side plane, frontal plane, right? So I'm turned. So here's the turn in the form. If I have a gradient there, it's because I have a light over here and less light over here, or a light over here and less light over here. So this side would be shadow, this would be lit, or the other way around. And so you get that gradient explains the turn in the form. If the light is over here, which is where it would need to be, like in front of me, in order to create a highlight in there, it would wipe out the impression of the form. It would flatten out the area. We talked about this yesterday, how if the light's from the front, everything kind of flattens out. So this would no longer look like two different planes. You'd have a highlight here, and basically this and this would be the same because it would be lit the same way from the same light source. So you wouldn't have a highlight in a gradient. The highlight would be there, and then you would grade in one direction, that from the highlight you'd grade in the other maybe, right? But it's not in the middle of a gradient. It is the end point of this gradient, and it's the end point of this gradient. It's not in the middle of a gradient.
And how about a reflection?
Same thing. Same thing. A reflection potentially wipes out a gradient. The reflection is going to be seen in the darker recesses of a shadow, like going around an object, but not where the light and shadow meet. Right? And it's not that, like, so we do have some images that are highly reflective in the program, like the rabbits, highly reflective. And so you might see a light source. And again, this is kind of, this is an issue of where we're shooting and the setup. But so some of the subjects that have been shot in the program, like the rabbits, there are lights that appear to be reflections in the photograph because the subject matter is a high gloss reflective material. And even somebody standing in another room with a little bit of light on them becomes a potential reflection in the rabbit while we're shooting. The tripod becomes a reflection in the rabbit. But again, typically, you don't put reflections or highlights inside of a gradient.
And if you're painting from direct observation, then you can avoid that by thinking about where you light the subject.
Yeah, I mean, when you're setting up your own stuff, like, be thoughtful about your light, right? So, you know, again, we've talked about how important light is. What we're doing is we're painting light and shadow. When you set up your still life, be thoughtful. Make sure that your light makes sense. Don't drop a subject into a shadow box and wherever the light is when you turn it on is what you paint. Organize the light. Think about the light on the subject. There's a great video of it's a person, I think it's a young girl, standing looking forward. And they have a light that starts above her, and then it goes around the clock. And you can watch the shadows moving on her face. And she's really quite lovely. And then she starts to look a little bit more dramatic. And then she starts to look really quite ugly as the light gets underneath and is shining up from below. And then comes around and she becomes beautiful again. And so that video is a great illustrator of how powerful the light is. The subject hasn't changed, or arguably the subject has changed because the subject is the light. The model hasn't changed, but by moving the light, you dramatically alter the impression. And so when you're setting up your still life, watch your light. Don't be casual about it. Watch your light. What is it doing? One object blocks the light and casts a shadow on another object. What does that cast shadow look like? If you move the object half an inch forward or half an inch to the left, does the shadow become more interesting, more elegant? Pay attention to your light, not just in your painting, but in your subject matter. Yeah, I think that looks good. Good, so I'm feeling pretty comfortable with what I'm looking at here. Do a little bit of cleanup.
Will you add another value of lighter gold in glazing?
Very unlikely. Very unlikely. I will probably leave this just the way it is, unless as I move along, I find that something around it changes significantly enough that this is no longer doing the job it's supposed to do. But at this point, I'm feeling pretty good about what the impression I'm getting from just these two values is giving me. And again, I am looking at this point, I'm looking at impression. I'm not trying to render this. There's no, and again, it's not about avoiding the work. It's just that the painting's not going to be improved by it. So the impression is more than enough to create the kind of beauty in this that, one, that I want, but also that is needed for the painting. If this is too particular, if it's too detailed and is too rigid, it becomes a distraction from everything else. It's not necessary. And that's from up close. If I step back 5 feet, I don't even see it as an abstract application, right? I step back, like the distance between me and the camera, I can touch the camera. If I step this distance onto the other side of the camera, maybe about 7 feet away from the painting, it doesn't even look, it doesn't look impressionist. It tightens up. And there's still more that I can do with this. There are darks in here that I've not added that I can glaze in later on. I could elevate some highlights, but like the white of the shirt is lighter than the highlights on the metal. Right now, that is the case. So why build it up anymore? It's doing what it's supposed to do. Now, when everything else is in, I may change my mind. But at this point, that is good enough. And I say good enough, like I kind of use that term. Good enough for me is a very high bar. It's not like, well, that's good enough. That's not me. Good enough means it is doing everything that it has to do. It could be rendered more, but it does the additional work doesn't benefit, the painting doesn't benefit from the additional work. And for me to render this, it turns a 4-hour project into a 20-hour project for no benefit. No benefit to the painting. And in fact, I could make the argument that it would detract from the painting. If I were pushing for hyper-realism, that's different. But that's not what I'm doing. And if I make something in the painting hyper-realistic, the painting will then demand that other parts of it be hyper-realistic. And once those things are pushed that far, other aspects will then demand it as well. And so it's like a crowd of hungry people. You feed one, now people start saying, well, what about me? I want some too. The next thing, like, you've got to feed everybody. And so, like, if I start putting in hyper-realistic marks, which is what these things would become, the entire necklace would demand it. The collar would demand it. And when it demands it, what does the shirt do? Well, what about the button? The button's a hard material. How about that? Right? And it's like, well, but where does it end? The button's a hard material, so you give it a hard edge. But now the edge of the shirt here, well, it's a sharp edge. It's just that it's cotton. But it is a sharp edge, so you got to make that a little sharper. There's no end. There's no end to it until the entire painting is being done with a brush with a single hair. I don't want to go there. It's not how I paint. It's not my intent. I don't have a desire to do it. I appreciate it when I see other people do it, but I have absolutely no desire to do it myself. Just like I love really thick, chunky paintings that are laden with palette knives, and I have no desire to do it myself. But I love looking at it. This is where I reside when I paint. This is what people pay me for. This. If I go too tight, it's not me anymore. If I go too loose, it's not me anymore. I have this kind of line that I walk in my work, and then I have latitude, but this is my natural voice, and so I stay with it. And that's a good thing, like, know thyself, like, know who you are. I've experimented with hyper-realism. I've experimented with palette knife work, and I can say that actually one of the paintings that I did with palette knife is widely celebrated by everybody who sees it. And it's like it was just an experiment, but it's a nice painting, and it's got some really beautiful passages. It's not like, well, I tried it and I was an abysmal failure at it. No, and the painting is really nice. and I did a few paintings. I actually did some portraits like that. But I have a personal piece that I did 20 years ago, experimenting with palette knife, and the painting worked out really well. But it wasn't me. You know, it just wasn't me. It didn't fit me. I was never like at peace and in the zone while I was working on those. Here, like I forget that I'm even on my feet working. It's such a natural fit. This is like, for me, it's like that path of least resistance that, you know, if you just kind of pour water down a hill and find its own path, that's what this is for me. And so I follow my gut. Now, of course, it takes developing skills so that you can follow your gut and get a result. But basically what I'm doing here is I'm following my instincts on where to put marks and where to leave them out, or what value range. Like, all of those decisions are kind of mixed up in, how does this feel to me as I'm working? What seems like what should I do? What should I not do? And I know a lot of these questions that are being asked, I'm not necessarily answering them and them alone, kind of jumping out onto other, again, tangents, which I am very fond of. But I want to make sure, like, while we're here and we're talking, that I'm kind of putting broader ideas out there for you to consider.
Barbara said, "That's how I paint too, but once in a while I try something different."
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to experiment and to get out there and do things that are not inside of your comfort zone. And that doesn't mean to go outside of your skill set. But getting out of your comfort zone and trying something new, not to just literally just jump into something that you don't recognize, but to take what you know and apply it boldly in a different way. Look, I have a skill set and understanding of the materials, well, not the materials, but the moving parts. I have an understanding of how shadow and light and color and edges work. For me to step out of my comfort zone would just require me moving over and doing some paintings in watercolor. It's a completely different medium. My skill set still applies, but the medium would trip me up. I'd have to invert the way I think, leaving the paper white and kind of backing away from there. And so that's a place, there are things to be learned in it. But again, like, I don't want to do that while I'm learning how to oil paint. That's because you're just muddying the waters. I want to develop my ability, my understanding, and then take the understanding to something else, right? If I have to figure out value, color, and edge while I'm figuring out oil paint and acrylic and whatever else, airbrush, I'm splitting my focus. So for me, I want to learn in a single place everything that I need, then take the knowledge that I have that's solid and apply it to another medium to expand my horizons. But I don't want to be learning value, color, and edge while I'm learning the second medium. I want to come to the second medium with that knowledge intact, and then see how it applies to the new medium, right? And again, if you're just playing around with it, it's one thing. But if you're trying to do anything meaningful, if you're trying to grow as an artist, bouncing from medium to medium is no different than wanting to learn to play piano, but every day when you go in, or every week that you go in, you know, one day you're playing drums, one day you're playing a violin, the next day it's trumpet, the week after you do piano, after that it's a harpsichord. Like, how are you going to get good? How are you going to figure it all out for piano when every week you're on another instrument? I mean, people, like, I imagine that sounds insane, but that's what people do with art. I'm watercolor this week, and I'm oil this week, I'll do acrylic next week, I'm trying an airbrush, finger paint, oh, I did this thing. I'm like, if you're doing it purely for the pleasure of doing it, that's one thing. But if you're trying to develop a skill set, it's not a good idea. And again, always take what you're doing and equate it to something else. You want to learn to speak English. Speak it, write it. And so this week we practice English. Next week we're going to do German. The week after that, Japanese. The week after that, Spanish, French, Italian. right? And 9 weeks later, we come back around to English. How much better are you at English now? You're not. In fact, you probably don't even remember what you were doing in English 9 weeks ago. You want to learn a language, you do just that language. And the more you do it, the more you force yourself to do it, speak it, even as you fumble, the better you'll get at it faster. No different than art. Same with music. You want to be great at piano, you should not be playing drums every other week in place of piano. You play piano. Once you understand how to read music and you understand these things, you can then start applying them to other instruments. But you want to have that fundamental skill set developed before you start, again, muddying the waters, because that's exactly what it is. You're really kind of muddying the waters when you jump into something else while the skill set for the first thing isn't fully formed yet.
Kevin, did you notice that when you said you were fond of tangents, Bailey let out a big huff?
Did she?
Yeah.
I did not notice that. You sure that wasn't Daniel?
No, it was not me. I turned around and Bailey was looking at me like, tell me about it.
Again? Still? Yeah. She's a troublemaker. She doesn't look like it. She's a troublemaker.
Gonna take a Bailey break over here. And resume back to painting.
I'm watching the density of the paint, trying to utilize this value to give me multiple shades, or the impression of multiple shades, just by adjusting its density. And again, that'll save me from having to mix another shade. To explain the same. Again, I'm just working my way down this, trying to figure out, like, one at a time. And again, just laying in the basic light, and everything is going to get built on top. So I'm filling in everything that's not a shadow. It's funny, like, I have a transfer that I can see for some of it, and for the most part, I'm ignoring the transfer. I'm just painting. I'm basically, at this point, I'm done with the transfer. Like, it's gotten in the way too many times, and now I'm just painting what I see. I just found the transfer, like, for those of you who've been with me through the whole process, the transfer has been, it's been problematic. And it's not that it wasn't a good transfer, but just the level of complexity in this, and one little line disappearing or giving an impression of being something that it's actually a brush stroke of paint that looks like a transfer line. And it's just made a bit of a mess of things. And so for me, at this point, I just want to paint. And so I'm utilizing the reference material. And just building out these shapes. And again, I'm getting more of I would say more of an impression by doing that to a degree. Allowing the transfer to fall away and not really worry about it.
Question from Peggy. Hey Sensei, I'm working on the dolphins in block 3. Would I do the red part of the background like you are doing right now?
The red part of the background? No. No. You certainly would not. You would paint it exactly the way you've been shown. The background in that painting has a shadow on one side and a light on the other, a gradient in between. Once the gradient is in, the next step is you would sharpen up edges, which, arguably you sharpen up around the dolphin. Then you would put in reflections and highlights. The shadowed side of it doesn't have any reflections, but in the red where the light is, you would have highlights, and that's how you would put the patterning in. One step darker, one step lighter. That's how the pattern goes in. The pattern is actually reflections and highlights. Tell me if that made sense. People tend to, they get that, it always looks good when it comes in the homework. It's one of the last pieces in block 3. So people already know what they're doing, but I always wonder if people lose track of the fact that those patterns in the drape, that you can fill the light in as a solid shape and then build those patterns in, that those patterns are actually part of the reflections and highlights. Or if people think of them as pattern, right? Because we don't paint patterns, we only paint shadows and lights. I realized I grabbed the painting earlier. The painting's not wet enough that it feels wet, but I grabbed it earlier and I must have smudged. It's good that I saw that. I mean, it's going to go under a frame, but good that I saw it.
Peggy said yes, Sensei.
Okay, good. No, so Peggy, just so you know, what you see me doing here, this is block 8, when you throw everything that you know at the painting. You'd see some of this in blocks. This technically what I'm doing here is vacant shadows, but it's kind of like lean puddling / vacant shadows. So it's a combination of block 5 and block 7. And the paint that I'm putting down is quite fluid, so that I can render very, very clean marks. If the paint were thicker, it would make it really tough to lay down detailed marks. All right, and you can see, like, the paint is really thin. Again, part of this while I'm doing is I'm trying not to get caught up in the details. I'm trying to look at these overarching movements. I'm trying to do a little bit more tapping instead of kind of drawing the brush. The tapping, there's only so much control you can have if you do that. So by doing that, it kind of breaks me out of a pattern of trying to detail. And so the stippling brush is actually designed to apply paint by kind of tapping the brush. So I want to try to utilize it to the best of my ability within what it does, but I still have to keep control over the marks that are coming off of it. So a little bit of dragging, but mostly I'm going to try to tap in, just kind of tap the marks in. I got to find can you find a shot of this portion of the, so I'm going to finish this up while Daniel finds me the photograph of the other piece. Just the biggest one. And so again, I kind of come down, I'm looking for, okay, so I'm working on this one. So I've got also, I am not going to do anything to knock this down. No fan brush, no nothing. Wherever it is at the end of the application, yeah, could you just cut the metal out for me? Just this.
Including the medallion?
Yes, including the medallion. And so I'm not going to go in and knock any of this down, soften edges later on. It's just going to be what these marks give me. The value range on this is such that that even if I don't blend a single edge, the values will keep it in the space where it belongs and not let it jump away and start to look like it just out of place. And again, like we're focusing, just put it down somewhere. We're focusing right now on this. But when we step away from the painting and we look at it in the context of the whole painting, we'll barely notice it as anything but what it's supposed to be. And again, this is one of the things, like being behind the scenes with the artist while you're working. So you're getting a sense of the places where I'm not going in and really laboring. And you're hearing my thoughts on it, where if you just saw the painting at the end of the process, you would see it as a whole thing rather than for the conversation that happened while it was being made, right? So you're getting an inside view of where I could render a detail, but I'm choosing not to. The person who receives the painting at the end of the process doesn't know any of that, right? All they know is that the painting is beautiful or it's not. They don't understand why decisions were made to put one thing in the way it was put in, or they don't see that. I remember the other day I was talking about how, my goal when I make a piece of art is for somebody to look at the portrait and say, wow, that guy looks great, or like, wow, that's a beautiful woman, or basically to talk about the person, not the painting, right? Because if they see the person first and then recognize it as a painting, it means the painting has done its job. Like language matters. And I can tell you, basically I've been across the board. I very, very rarely have somebody talk to me about it being a painting first. They'll always say, wow, that guy looks incredible. Not the painted guy or the painting, but the guy. Look at those metals. They're not metals, they're paint. But that's how you know you've cleared that hurdle. You've got it to a place where people, they're subconsciously suspending that disbelief, and they're starting to see it for what you want them to see it for. I don't remember where I was going with that. So like with these metals, when the painting is delivered, these metals will do a good enough job of representing what's there. They'll take in the whole painting as one thing. They won't walk up to it to look at the metals. They'll take in the whole painting. The moment that they see the painting, if the painting is doing its job, they see it as the guy, not as the painting. Once they see it as the guy, the metals will be the metals. And their brain will fill in the blanks, and you won't think twice about it. And anyone who's ever been in a museum and looked at beautiful old master work, this kind of stuff is everywhere. Decorative marks that don't very well, or don't precisely explain something, but do a really great job of describing it. And so that's what I'm doing here. And you're hearing the thought process, but the person who receives the painting doesn't get that. All they get is the end result. And as long as the end result is doing its job, they will never think of the metals as paint or being impressionist or anything else like that. They'll only see it as the metals. And that's what we're shooting for. Again, once you start having the dialogue about it, like we're doing, it becomes a very different conversation, and you'll forever see them for the process of them being, the process that was used to create them. This is one of the curses of being the artist. You never really get to enjoy your work as a viewer. You don't know, like you can know your work is good, but you can never appreciate it the way somebody seeing it for the first time does. And that's why, as an artist, I love other people's art, because I get to enjoy their art that way. And again, even on somebody else's art, I can know that I can recognize where they did stuff like this or didn't. And again, it's not ways of doing less work. It's not shortcuts. These are artistic choices. Again, if this would be moved forward by it being much tighter, you better believe I'd be rendering this thing. I just don't. My experience tells me that it's actually it's better this way. Not even that it's equal to a tightly rendered version. It's better this way. It has much greater, it's kind of like a kinetic energy in it because the strokes are so boldly laid in as opposed to being measured and calculated to the degree that is necessary to render it flawlessly.
We've been going in and out with our network connection.
You want to try to jump on the hotspot and see how that goes? We didn't have any problem with it the other day. Maybe it's better than the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of what it says, maybe it's better than the phone. We don't have a single problem.
Okay, we're live again. So we're having network connection issues. So we're going to try reconnecting to a different network. So we will be back. Do you want to break, Kevin? It's 1:40 right now.
Yeah, why don't we take a 15-minute break? Why don't we come back let's come back at 2 o'clock. I mean, this is kind of moving around. So let's come back at 2 o'clock. I'm going to just finish this up. And then we can go to break, or we can just jump off here. I'm going to be another 90 seconds on this.
Yeah, so we'll jump off right now.
Go ahead.
Okay.
See you in a little while. So I'm just continuing along here and work my way down. So I can probably, I'm going to knock out these 4. Then I'll move down, I'm going to do this, and then I'll come run this way. And we may only do this today. Again, it's not a rush. Tomorrow, now that I kind of have this down, this and probably this could get done. I may even get this done today. It depends on where we fall in time. I always want to be comfortable while I'm working, keep this at a height that I'm not straining. And I pay attention to what my body's, like my back is starting to tighten up from kind of holding the maul stick here. I'm working a little bit above my head. So make some adjustments. I don't want to get worn out while I'm doing this. So I have to pay attention to what my body is telling me.
I'm going to go in for a closer look. Feel free to keep working.
Give me 1 second, I'm going to just step out of the way.
Sure.
All right, again, so like as you're seeing this, like you can see that this, it's really kind of hinted at more than anything else, but the values are correct, they're in place, and each of the overall impressions of these symbols are visible, they're recognizable, and then what you can do is if you want to like then step back, let them see it in the context of the painting, right? Because again, against the white and the black of the jacket, the white of the shirt, the black of the jacket, it feels different, but when you start to take in the whole painting, right, when you're looking from top to bottom, that gold starts to feel like gold. And again, a viewing distance on this is going to be at least 10 feet. It'll be up on the wall, and it's going to have, again, it's in a grand hall that has seats, and it's like a theater of a sorts. So this is going to be viewed from, I mean, probably the closest the average person will get to it is 15 to 20 feet. So from that kind of distance, this stuff will actually look highly rendered. Again, you step back, like Daniel was only maybe about 8 feet away from the painting at his furthest distance, and you can see how tight it looks. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for an impression that doesn't look sloppy up close, but also, that basically hints at the information, but then when you step back, tightens up and looks like every single mark is visible. And I can tell you, like, if you've been in a museum and you've looked at paintings done by obviously, if they're in a museum, chances are they're highly skilled painters. But there's something to be said when, like, as a pro, when I go into a museum and I see something from a distance, and it's like really, really tight, and then as I walk up to it, it starts loosening up and loosening up. I have such a great appreciation for the artist's ability to do that. And again, like I'm doing this, the only reason you're thinking of it like the way that you're thinking about it now is like this kind of loose spattering of light sitting on top of holes, literally tan holes in the painting, is because you're seeing it being done. But if you walked into a museum and saw this from across the room, you'd be like, wow, look at how sharp that is. And as you walked up, you'd realize that it wasn't as sharp as you thought, but that the illusion that was created is such a powerful illusion. There's a greater charm in the illusion when you see how it was done as you get closer than there is if it's tightly rendered. And you'll find that most skilled artists will have an incredible amount of appreciation for another artist's ability to do that, because it's not that it's not easy. Like if you understand how it works, it's manageable on just about anything. But the thing is, this is now purely a matter of opinion. Which things should I put in and which things should I leave out? How light should I go? How dark can I leave this? What do these edges have to look like? Right? And so I'm in a place where I am completely on my own making these decisions in a way, like in the face, obviously, the face is much tighter. A lot of these things, they don't have this kind of precision. They don't have to look detailed. They just need to hold their space as a bulk shape. This has to look detailed in order to succeed. And so it's a very different visual experience for a viewer to kind of come up to this aspect of the painting.
Will you add a glaze on the final pass to it?
I don't know. I don't know at the moment. It's possible. I'll see how it feels. Again, the whole painting is being moved forward at this point, a little here and a little there. And so, like, depending on what I do with the shirt and with the jacket and how the background is finalized, like, all of that's going to factor into exactly what happens with this. Nothing stands alone. It's like a question like, will you glaze this? Well, I don't know. I have no idea what I'll do with it, because right now it's being painted for the painting as the painting stands. But as I start making changes with the glazes in the background and in the figure, this may no longer work, right? The white of the shirt looked white until I put the face in, and then it was like, oh wow, that looks gray. So now the shirt looks white, but again, it's not finished. There's other stuff that's gonna go on. The face still has work to be done. Lots of color and even lighter values in the face. I've got darker values in the jacket. All of these things are going to change the relationships between everything in the painting and this. For right now, this is good. It's exactly what it should be. But that may not be the case when the painting gets moved further down the road. So I don't have an answer at the moment as to whether or not this will be glazed. It'll be handled. I mean, the best answer is that it'll be handled in whatever way the painting dictates it needs to be handled for it to look right at the end of the process. Right? And so, and again, like, I know what I want as an end result, and I have ideas about what I'm going to need to do with it. But as you've seen across the process, my ideas are not always the direction I wind up going in the end. I wind up deviating from an initial idea based on, you know, again, the lay of the land. It's like getting a map of an area, and you can see a clear path to get to where you want to be walking through a field. And then you get out there and you're realizing everything's thorns. So you can't use that path. The map said it was a clear path, but now you've got to find a better way of doing it. And so, and it's good to think that way, to not walk into it going, well, this is how I'm going to do it, and this is what it's going to be from start to finish. And that gets you into a place where you get locked into a single thought process, and it's very hard to break out of it once you start thinking that way. And so it's better to walk into it with a general sense of what you want to do, knowing what you want it to look or feel like in the end, and then try to find a way to manage that result in real time with the realities of the painting as you work. But there's a lot of juggling in there, and you have to be okay with that juggling. And again, I mean, it may require that after this is done, I may have to go in and render in sharp edges. I may find that this feels too soft. And that's actually, like, for me at the moment, that's I don't want to say concern, but it is a thought that's in my head that maybe some of this will be too soft and will require the rendering of some tight, crisp edges. And again, not a big deal, but it's on my mind that might be something. And again, because I'm looking in here, like you have this little circle in here, this little thing, there are some of these things, they're deep recesses, they're scooped out, or there's a hard line, like it's engraved, a crisp, clean, engraved circle. And here, these marks are too soft or too imprecise to express that deeper recess. And so maybe when it's all done, I'm gonna have to go in and establish that stuff visually to make better sense of this for the viewer, or so that these metals feel more like the metals. I may find that when I'm done that I just don't feel like they are doing what they're supposed to do, right? That's completely possible. And I'm not trying to resolve all of it at once. Like, I'm doing certain parts of it now, knowing that they might need to be overhauled later on. That's fine. I don't want to turn any part of the process into an overwhelming undertaking. I want to keep everything simple and in small parts as long as I can. And that's like right up to the completion of the painting if I can. Why juggle 20 things at once if you can juggle 3, right? And so, but that requires a real kind of committed effort to maintain the simplicity as you work, right? That doesn't happen accidentally. That happens because you are really careful to make sure that you don't start piling one thing on top of another as you're working. I let one thing go at a time. Like, so those details, I could go with the brush and start rendering them in, but if I let this dry, then I can do that by itself. I do this, let it dry. Do that, let it dry. And each thing is it's a smaller portion of the whole. Yes, it requires another pass in order to do it, but the pass is less. It's less work. I'm not negotiating both lights and shadows at the same time. And so, if I can keep the process simplified in that way, I don't get overwhelmed at any time. And it's not that I can't juggle those things, it's just why would you want to, right? Why would you want to juggle 10 things at once? I don't care how good you are or what you know. Why would you want to do that to yourself if you didn't need to? And you can get the same result. Why put yourself through those kinds of rigors? Now, again, if you have a deadline and you don't have the time for 5 passes and drying in between and all of that. If you don't have the time, that's different. Then you paint the piece alla prima, and it becomes a very different thing. But if you have the time to stroll through the painting and break it up into the pieces that you want, it doesn't make sense to bury yourself unnecessarily in something so complex. And again, that's even if you have the ability to do it that way. Like, I could have painted this alla prima. I could have painted this as a direct painting. I could have puddled it, which would have been arguably less refined, but it would be stylized differently. I would say no less beautiful, but I have the time to do it this way. And I had a conversation with Daniel last week about something that he was working on. I talked about, like, you have a quick turnaround on something, and it's like limited reference material. And so what do? How do you take a painting like that and deliver it, right? So those constraints defined how the painting really needed to be approached. And I think, when you're doing your painting, again, have the skills to do it any way you need. Like Daniel is skillful enough to be able to kind of switch gears dramatically and produce something with very, very poor reference material that's really quite beautiful, because he's not locked into one way of thinking. And that's where you want to be. Now, obviously, I know because I talked to him, he would have loved to have had really nice reference and done a really, really tight painting, but that wasn't in the cards for it, and for the piece that he just did. And so, being flexible and being able to, like, again, in the times when you have the ability to take your time and kind of break the thing up, but to do that and not overwhelm yourself. And in the times when you don't have that as an option, to be able to do the painting otherwise. And again, it's about having a broader skill set and being confident with everything, not locking yourself into one thing. But again, kind of going back to the original point, like for me, I have all the time in the world, I mean, arguably, to do this, because we're locked down and we're not going anywhere. For me, the approach that I'm using right now is actually the easiest one for somebody who doesn't know how to paint or is struggling with painting to make sense of. And I'm not saying necessarily apply and paint it at this level. What I'm saying is to make sense of it, right? And so, meaning that there are going to be aspects of this that you can walk away with and apply directly to what you already do. Again, maybe not doing what I'm doing, or maybe being able to do a small section of it, or taking it and kind of fumbling. But the idea is that some of the things that we've gone through and the way I've had to explain it to make sense of it for you, somebody who's painting on their own could very easily pick up a few of these things, these pieces of information, not technique, but information, and immediately apply it to what they're doing. And so this technique, in part, the way I'm doing this painting is simply what I would do, but also I'm kind of stretching and expanding it to be educational. Like I'm thinking about that while I'm working, trying to utilize everything I have and kind of walk through all the different techniques, puddling and vacant shadows. And again, there's so many opportunities to teach here. And so I'm trying to do that at the same time. But one of the biggest lessons is really just slowing things down. Only biting off small pieces when you can while you develop those skills. And I think very often that, and I would say that is, I mean, that's a big one. Most people don't stop and do that. Most people are drowning in stuff that's above their pay grade because they want to be better, or they want to grow. And so what they're doing is actually preventing themselves from growing in the process, because you don't grow when you don't have some successes. I mean, it's just the nature of it. You have to succeed in things along the way. Yes, of course, there's going to be failures, but you have to succeed in things along the way. It's not enough to just know what doesn't work. You have to know what does work also. The failures help you to figure out what doesn't work, and the successes, even within a failed piece of art, show you what does work. And slowly but surely, you find yourself in a place where you have enough things that you now know through experience work, and you also know which things to avoid that don't work from experience, and that now puts you on solid ground to be able to make art.
We've been going in and out with our internet connection. Yeah.
That shade is so nice.
people trickling back in?
Welcome back. A little bit of internet difficulty.
So are you just working with the one value right now?
Yes. I'm only working with the one value. And this is going to be my last piece, and then I'm going to go back in and drop in my highlights. I'm working with just the darker of the two shades. Again, the more I can get done in one, it becomes assembly line. So if I can get a whole bunch of them done with just the one shade, it's going to be faster than kind of bouncing back and forth between the two shades.
Grag Kreindler is watching.
Hey, Greg. Greg, I saw you painting the other night on that figure, that first night you started. Really, really nice. Nice to see you kind of applying your trade. I've actually, Greg was a student of mine many years ago. He's incredible. We actually posted Greg's website before, but Grag Kreindler is Greg, I don't want to get it wrong, but basically he paints vintage baseball, other sports as well, but vintage baseball, and he's just an absolutely incredible artist. Greg, if you're still working on that piece, if you're still live streaming, could you post just some information so anybody watching can come check you out? Yeah, I had a chance, I got to sit and watch Greg doing his thing for an hour or so the other night. It was really nice. And again, like, even though that his, again, so you have knowledge and then you have experience. And he obviously had other teachers after me, but his experience and what he's painting and his natural voice makes his paintings very different. And in order for them to be what they are, the application is different. And even though, like, I'll say over and over, like, where you're getting your education, get it from one source. It doesn't hurt to watch. I go and watch other people painting. Again, don't treat the videos like education. Even this, don't treat it like it's education. Just watch it and kind of macerate in it. If you want an education, you have to go to a place that starts you with that alphabet, as we talk about. But, always nice when other professionals stop by. Okay, so.
Greg said, "It all started with Kevin over 20 years ago, and that means we're both terribly old. But I still say that I couldn't have had a better start than I did with him."
Thank you, Greg. It's funny, for those of you who are familiar with the other space, some of the old pictures from the other studio, there's a giant painting of Atlas in the studio. It's an 8-foot by 5-foot painting, and Greg actually did all the groundwork on that painting for me. So, with 8-foot by 5-foot masonite panel on the ground with the rollers and sanding, and yeah. But Greg helped get that painting started for me. And actually, like, early on, Greg did transfers for me for some of those as well. Greg, did you do the transfer on that Atlas? I actually don't remember. But I remember that you worked on the panels for those big pieces. Those were really fun times. Well, I'll speak for myself.
I was going to say,
I don't know if they were great times for Greg.
Having him remember all the grunt work he did for you?
Yeah. And I remember going out, we go out, we get pizza, And Greg eats pizza with a fork and a knife.
Greg said, I think I did the rendering on it, maybe not the actual transfer.
Okay, yeah. So, but that piece gets a lot of attention in the old school. So, but
That piece is iconic for me. So many times I would finish painting something, think the world of myself, how much I'd accomplished, how much I had grown, and I turn around to leave, and there it is, standing over me, reminding me of how far I need to go.
and you know, that painting was done in a week. Painting went fast. And Greg, look at me, I'm an impressionist now. Never, when Greg was at my studio, that word would never have been used. See, we all grow.
I think we'd have to take a closer look to see the Impressionism.
Yeah, but I'm laying this in a very loose application.
Never, he said.
When I was younger, as an artist, I was very much a purist about certain things, and you know, in that I did everything the hard way, and a very closed mind about a lot of stuff. And you know, just as time has gone by, I've learned to appreciate so much of what I didn't understand when I was younger. And all through, you get that by interacting with other skilled artists that have a different viewpoint about the stuff than you do. You know, that artist community is so important. And that doesn't mean that you have to be in a studio with other artists, but that you have a connection to other people who understand what you're doing. I think that's such an important part to growing as an artist, to being better than some of the artists you know and knowing less than others, right? Being in the middle of the pack, of the crowd you're with, so that you can be a student and a teacher all at the same time.
Greg said, definitely looser than he used to be. He was tight all those years ago. Not that he isn't now, but it's a different kind of tight.
Greg, do me a favor. I know you don't like showing off, but do me a favor and post your website so our people can go check you out. Greg's a really humble guy. Like, I gotta make a point to him to do that. But his work is definitely worth checking out. Definitely. Post, is he still working on that painting?
He didn't say.
Yeah. Greg, do me a favor, just let everybody here know that if you're still doing that live stream, and if you are, let them know like when, so they can check it out. While you're at it, post your website as well. Thank you.
Uh-oh, Kevin.
Greg's a really humble guy. He won't do it, you know. What? Uh-oh, what?
Nicholas asked, did Kevin ever break a canvas over his knee like a baseball player? And Rebecca asked, wore black its eyeball out like a boxer? And Greg said, haha, no, but the wife of an old client of his broke one of his portraits in half.
Yes. That, you know what's funny? I started telling that story. The painting that I call The Divorce. I started telling that story the other day and the internet wasn't good, so we stopped. I'm actually going to not tell that story. I've thought better of it now that I've had some time. Probably not appropriate to share. It's a very funny story. Greg was around for that, but yeah. It's, dealing with the public. You never really know what you're gonna run into. But yeah, I had a client. They took the painting. It was done on masonite, and the wife pulled the painting out of the frame, and basically she stood on it and pulled it up from both ends and broke it. Much broader story in there.
Greg said, I'm hoping to do another live stream with that painting. Just got to figure out when. The kids control my life right now, so it's tough to say for sure.
Do me a favor, drop me a text when you're going to do it, and I'll put it out on, if you can give me a day's notice, that would be great, because I'll post it on our groups.
Now everyone is curious about the story, Kevin.
I know, but no. Sorry. It's a long story. There's a lot there. It's not one funny thing, it's a bunch of funny things.
From Greg, it was a beautiful portrait, though I know it was a long time ago.
Yeah. I pull it out every once in a while. I still have it, the remains.
Have I seen that?
I don't know.
I don't think I have.
Next time I pull it out, I'll bring it to the studio for you.
Nice. Perks. Perks of washing brushes.
You've seen the Versace china, right? That's attached to that story as well. It's actually in the closet at the other studio.
Really?
Yes, with the coral pattern. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah. Evidence that the story is real.
I know you said that you had it, but I don't think I've seen it.
Oh yeah, it's a black box and it's up on the top shelf in the closet. It's funny. Like I tell a lot of stories around here, obviously, but with the students that have been around for a while, I share so many stories. It's kind of a closed group, but I always some of the stories are so outrageous. They're like if I heard them, I don't know that I'd believe them. Because some of them they're so outrageous. And every once in a while, I'll be rifling through a box of old stuff, and I'll be like, "Oh, look at this! Here's a photograph from that thing. It's evidence." And so, every once in a while, I'll stumble across a piece of evidence of a story that I've shared, and so I'm able to kind of show that it was actually real. Some of the stories, like I said, some of these experiences, and anybody who deals with people, if you're keeping track, funny things happen. And all the different personalities that you deal with. If you've got a sense of humor about things, you can find some really funny things about just about any interaction you have. But over the years, some of the interactions I've had are really just hysterical.
Just trying to think of shareable stories here. What about the one when you went to the house in California, was it?
Which kind
And you left the car running?
of, oh, I think I actually talked about that already.
Did you?
But yeah, I've actually got a fun little story. So I did a portrait for a client, pretty powerful guy, and it was a wedding portrait for his daughter and the son-in-law. And so they live in a very exclusive area, and they've got the big house on the block. This is real heavy hitter. Like this is one of those things. Like when I was commissioned to do the piece, I found out who he was. Like I know the company he runs. Like he's the CEO of one of the biggest companies around. Like just it'd be like being called in to do a portrait of the president of Apple. Like and you're like, oh wow, I know who that is. That kind of a thing. So anyway, I go to the house, and they've got this sprawling mansion of a thing. And so I go in, and they have just an exquisite art collection. This half of the house is like Americana. They have a painting of Abraham Lincoln back from like the day, a lot of things, drawings from the Continental Congress. I mean, it's like, wow. And it's just beautiful stuff. So I'm there and I'm looking at, actually, he asked me about my thoughts on the Abraham Lincoln, because the portrait had been cut down. They bought it, I guess, at auction. It had been cut down so it wasn't signed. They didn't know who the artist was. And he wanted my thoughts on whether or not it had been done from direct observation or if it had been done as a copy of from another painting. And so I kind of looked it over, and that kind of stuff, very hard to tell. It is very hard to tell because clearly it was very old. So it was probably from that time. But all of the painters, if they were copying an existing painting, they all painted from direct observation. There were no photographs. So even if it would still feel like it was painted from life. So anyway, but anyway, that's just to kind of frame the kind of collection. So we then go into the left side of the house where I'm going to do the photo shoot. And it's this beautiful room, well-appointed room, beautiful wood spiral staircase going up. And I don't remember what else was in the room, but there was art. I think it was a library, actually. It's been a long time. So he says, well, like just set yourself up, like anything you need, just kind of move, and we'll be back in a few minutes once you've got everything set up. So have you heard this story?
I think so.
So I start moving things, and some stuff on the ground. I pick up one of the things, and it weighs like half a pound. It looked heavy, but when I picked it up, it didn't weigh anything. It was hollow. It was made of like paper mache. And it was a statue of a Buddha, and the head rolled off of it. And I just pick it up. It's paper mache. Put the head back on, put it off on the side. It was on the floor, right? So kind of move stuff out of the way. And I didn't think anything of it. I do the photo shoot, and afterwards we're talking a little bit, and I don't say anything about the paper mache thing. Like I wasn't thinking that I broke it. I just picked it up and the head fell off of it. But we start talking a little bit about some of the artwork, and he starts telling me how this paper mache Buddha is like the prize of his collection. And now I'm thinking you've got maybe an original Abraham Lincoln in the other room, and this is the prize of your collection. This thing is like dated back a couple of thousand years, and it was like a one of a kind. And now I'm like visibly sweating. I broke it. I'm worried I broke it. And like, I can't not say something, right? But it's like what do you do with that? And, and I'm trying to think in my head very quickly, like you didn't warn me, like you just told me to like move stuff. And And then he finally says that they actually, when they got it, they were able to get it really because it was damaged. Like, I almost passed out, my blood pressure dropped. I'm like, but like after that, since then, never. I go into somebody's home, I don't touch anything. My hands are in my pockets. Could you move that for me? Could you move that for me? I don't touch anything. I mean, I was terrified for about 3 or 4 minutes while we were talking about the origins of this incredible artifact that I thought I broke. So, but yeah. Like I said, I don't touch anything. See, I learned my lessons. Like, I keep my mouth shut. Told a story the other day about that. And I keep my mouth shut, and I don't touch other people's stuff. See, rules to live by.
The beginning of that story was good too, when you were trying to find their place.
Oh no, this was somebody else. This is a different client.
That was different.
Well, this is a different client. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Have I told you that story?
Yes, you had.
I actually found a photograph a while back from the photo shoot, and the Buddha's actually it's off on the side in the photograph. Oh, like, that's the Buddha. That's the Buddha.
Did you include it in the painting?
No. It wasn't meant to be in the painting.
Greg said earlier, there are definitely a number that I'll have to remind Kevin about before I can even consider sharing them. I think a couple might need to even stay in the lockbox.
Lots of. Again, I don't think you can't do this kind of work. You're interacting with people without coming across funny. So, and again, like for me, obviously, some people would not find that story about thinking they broke something so valuable funny. Like to me, like you share that because to me it's pretty entertaining because I survived it. Like if I didn't survive it, I might think differently about it. But and again, like always trying to be careful to respect the privacy of clients. Again, as I'm doing it, I'm still trying to stipple as much as I can. And again, some of this stuff I can't. But I'm trying to do as much as I can because it prevents me from starting to get into rendering. So I'm trying to drop these marks in a with a little bit less control because I don't want the brushstrokes to become rendered marks. It'll become so much work once I start going down that road. And once I get a few of the marks in like that, I'm going to be hard pressed to not put in more just like them. A few sharp details will demand a few more sharp details. And that's not where I want this going. I really want to hint my way through this entire collar.
Uh-oh, Kevin. Matt Hernandez is sharing a story. Hopefully it's not you. He said, a friend of mine used to install high-end AV systems
It's not me.
in luxury homes. On one job, he broke a decorative plate that was sitting on a credenza. It turns out the plate was a Picasso. My friend's response, I didn't know he did plates.
Yeah, you just don't know. You have to be so careful, like, yeah. Yeah, like I said, my hands in my pockets now. Well, it's a simple question. Like, is there anything, like, if you're going to have me move stuff, is there anything I need to know about? Anything in here I shouldn't be touching?
Greg said, all right, kids are climbing on me. Time to go. We'll try to come back on again, but certainly absorb everything Kevin says. He won't steer you wrong.
Thank you, Greg. Take care. See you soon.
Sana said, I worked cleaning windows for a while. Either the client would move all the stuff in the window or it wouldn't get cleaned. That was the policy for the company, so I think the owner had learned that lesson too.
Yeah. Generally, that's a hard-learned lesson. Because I don't think we kind of calculate it in our own worlds.
Yeah, I guess it's easy to forget if you grow up in a home that's more or less child-proof, and then step into someone else's.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You see a pile of books even, and you might not know what you're picking up. I wish everyone could see this in person because it looks so nice.
We'll try to get good, clean, color-correct shots when it's finished. Again, viewing them on the internet is not going to be the same as seeing the original, but it'll give you a better sense of what it is I'm doing here. So I got a few little things down in here I wanted to soften. Not much, just a little bit.
Alan is asking, what color is the underpainting of the necklace? It looks like red from here.
It's a blend of a bunch of stuff.
It's the same color as what's behind.
Yeah,
The
it's like
face,
a it's like a dark auburn. It's like a. It's mostly violet and yellow with a little bit of like English red or terra rosa. It's like a terracotta color, but it's hard to describe, and it's not flat. There's a lot going on in it. There are variations in it. So I just want to step back and take a look. The rest of this is actually pretty painless. Most of these are they're so abstract. There's a little bit of detail in these, but these are complete abstracts like this. They should be very fast. So. Okay. So we'll knock this out, I'll come down, I'm gonna get this done, and then we'll see where we are. I mean, that's gonna push us close to 4 o'clock. I'm just taking a look at what's in the cuff. Yeah, I think the cuff will wait for tomorrow. There's a lot more going, not in here, but out in here. There's a lot of information out there. And I know that is, a lot of this in here has that kind of braiding. So, so we'll get this done and then we'll see where we are for this and this. We'll see where we are, see if there's anything else. I may do a little bit of glazing down in the metals on the left, just to start pulling them up to where the rest of the painting is, because they've literally gone untouched. I need to step them up a little bit and get them more in line with the rest of the painting. So, okay, I'm gonna switch out my photograph. So that's this one. Scissors.
Same question, or similar question from Alan, continuing on.
Yes.
And how did you come to choose that underpainting color for the necklace? I wouldn't have expected that as a component to represent gold.
So, as a general idea, again, we talked about this a little bit. As a general idea, shadows, shadows are an absence of light, and in that they have an absence of light, they have an absence of color, being that color and light are the same thing. So basically what I did is I started with the idea of what the gold would be in the light. And then I started grading it down from there, making it both darker and less gold. And that's how I arrived at this color. But that's also tempered with the environment. This in here is the same as this up in the column. So I'm trying to repurpose colors over and over and over. And so there was a middle ground somewhere between what I had in the background and what the diminished color value of gold would be, and that's how I wound up there. And it wasn't necessarily the perfect color, but it's good enough to get me to here. Now I may have to tweak it, but that's easy to do in a glaze. It happens that it's working out beautifully. It didn't have to, it just happens that it is. So sometimes you get lucky.
Another question. Is this man taller than Kevin in life? This painting looks 3/4 scale. I can just say that the perspective makes it look like, Kevin, your head is larger than this man here,
Yeah.
significantly because of the angle of the camera.
I'm actually taller than him, not by much. I'm a little bit bigger than he is, not by much. But the painting is actually larger than life size, and the camera that we're viewing from is close, so it's skewing the image. But even with him behind me, right, he's a little bit bigger than life size, just a little bit. So I imagine you can make that out from here.
Mm-hmm. Alan said, yeah, it looks tremendous, the color. I just don't think I would have ever gotten there.
You know what? It'll all make sense as you learn, as you go through the program. This kind of stuff, it becomes part of the process. Like I was able to pick this color based on my understanding of how color works. And so if you understand how color works, you would arrive at something, maybe not this choice, but you would arrive at something that would make sense based on that knowledge. And so this was me doing a mathematical calculation based on gold being a certain color, the shadows being a certain value compared to the light, and how much color would be extracted from the light. Because these are they're not really shadows. Some of them are, but most of them are just darker versions of the light because of the way that the light is being reflected. So I kept them in an elevated color. But again, these are all of these things that go into the calculus for that are knowledge-based. They're not even experience. They're actually pure knowledge. They're things that you learn, like we start talking about them in block 3 and then build on them in block 4. But these are what I'm doing here, and how I arrived at the color and the value is purely a matter of knowledge. Now, experience will help you to tweak it, maybe make the process a little easier, tell you which color combinations, because I could have made this shade with any number of combinations, but why the one that I did, right? And so experience kind of factors into that. Why did I connect this to this? Experience tells me this, even the underpinnings for the face, like even back in here, that I'm repurposing the same color scheme over and over. And so where I might have made what went underneath the gold a slightly different color in a different setting, in this setting, that color was right. But it's once you understand how it works, it's not mysterious, right? And it's not formulaic like knowing what color to use. It's formulaic in that if you have light and you're going to drop it down 3 values, well, there's a certain amount of color that's going to be extracted in the process, right? As you roll over into shadows. If you understand the general idea of that, you start to see it in the real world, right? And it's not that I didn't look at the photograph and try to match to some degree. This color is in here. It's in here, like in these darkest areas. So I was looking at that. But again, I'm tempering it against what's back in here. There's a lot more to it than just what color is it. You could paint it based on what color it is, but that's very direct. And that can be very slow. So you can actually do it that way and literally match color by color, maybe mix 5 values, 5, like a string from the darkest shade to the lightest shade, 5 distinct colors, and kind of color pick them from here, and then literally just render it the whole thing that way, and for the most part, it would look probably just like what's here. Just the way that I've built it up, I want to paint less. So I did the shadows as one flat thing instead of painting all the shadows as details. Now I'm only blocking in the lights, arguably as details, and I'm only hinting at them. So the process that I'm using, more than anything else, gave me the freedom to not have to render this. That's really all it did. I'm just trying to make sure I know where I am here. So this is much, this is actually abstraction in what I'm dealing with now. There are no, like, I can't make heads or tails of what any of this stuff is. Like I know that there are these medallions and there are these links that hold them together and kind of cross pegs. But even with that knowledge, it's so hard to figure out what I'm looking at here. And so I'm not even trying. I'm thinking of all of this as abstract shapes. Seeing if I can just hint at the information based on overarching movements of light. The better I do in the first pass, the easier the lighter shade is to put on top. And I do have some landmarks, like so. I've got a little, one of the pegs kind of jumps out here. So I can use that as a landmark to build off of. And again, once they get up in here, they start turning and we start seeing those coins again. And we can start making sense of them. But you know, if you get the ones down in here right, and you get the ones in here right, the fact that these are all turned and they become abstracts, your brain just accepts that they're just as right as the ones on the left and right.
Sana said the metal really looks like it's reflecting.
Yeah, it's coming together. And again, like one little piece doesn't do it, but when you start stringing them together, they start to, it's like it becomes multiple people making the same argument. And, the more you pull together, the more concerted the argument for it being what it is emerges, right? One piece gets the conversation started, but it's the string of them together that really kind of pulls it together and makes the argument a sound argument that it is like that. Again, these are nothing, but the details of the others make these look believable. And that kind of happens twice. Like, so these aren't detailed, but there's enough information that one by itself might not mean anything, but as you string a bunch of them together that have a general sense of what they're supposed to be, they start to become more believable simply because there's a group of them. This is not so random. There's clearly patterns in each one, and you see the patterns. Even if the patterns aren't pristinely defined, you recognize that each one of them is a distinct pattern, or that they overlap. This is the same, this is the same, this is the same, right? You start seeing that, and your brain makes that connection immediately. You take this in, your brain knows those are the same, these may be the same. Like, it starts connecting all of those things, cross-referencing, trying to make sense of it. And once it starts to see the pattern, again, one doesn't do it, but a string of them does. And then the string of them that shows the pattern, your brain knows that this one and this one are the same. Whatever that is, that one's the same thing. And again, one by itself doesn't do it, but as you start to string them together, and that's an important lesson, because what that means is that you can define one thing, kind of bookends, define here, and then have something much less defined, but it's supported by the original arguments. And then have something in the middle that is barely a hint of anything, but is supported by the things next to it, which are supported by the things on the outsides that are strictly drawn. And learning where you can do that and how you can manage a painting that way will free you up to be more creative, because you won't be locked into rendering every mark as you see it. But it's like learning where you can get away with it, because it doesn't work in every circumstance, right? And if you want to see that masterfully done, go stand in front of a John Singer Sargent. His paintings are not without detail, but he's just really selective about where the detail goes. And if you look at his older work, you'll see he wasn't always such an impressionist. If you look at his older work, you'll see that he actually started out, he was tight like this. He eventually moved his work in that direction, but he didn't start out there. So these up in here, there's a lot more contrast. They're fairly dark with some very, very tight lights on them. So I got to be careful not to overdo it. I don't want to take the darkness out of them. And that's why I'm kind of quieted down and I'm slowing down a little bit more in my marks. I'm trying to be a little bit more particular about this, where in the past I had to be more particular with the lighter shade because that was the defining thing. In here, this shade is actually going to be defining a lot of the form, the shape of this. Because I'm hitting up against the black of the jacket, you can see some of these, they really jump away. Where in here, I've got a lot of this kind of brown underpinning that I'm painting up against. Here, these colors are now hitting black. And so I've got to be a lot more controlled in my marks. Make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. Right, and there's a certain amount of commitment that goes into putting one of these marks into the black, because it's really a forever mark. There's no getting rid of it. Mm. Whereas I'm working into the tans, I have a little bit of latitude to manipulate it. You know, it's like these marks that are going against the black or against the purple of the collar. It's like screaming in a quiet room. So there's no way to miss it. So I want to make sure as I'm doing this that I'm not putting anything in that I don't want. I don't want to have to try to take stuff out later on. And again, not everything has to be perfect in here. I'm just looking for an impression. I keep saying that, but like even in here, this edge is kind of funny because the black is pushing in against it. But the collar should look fine even with those kind of odd shapes. If it doesn't, I'll do something about it. But I think that it'll look fine, especially when I drop what extreme lights do go in here. I think it'll all pull together. But if I need to tighten up an edge, like in here, if I need to do something to make this feel more rounded, I'll do it later on. I'm just not feeling the need to do it at the moment. It doesn't feel necessary yet. And again, if it's not necessary, I'm not putting it in. There's no point in putting stuff in that isn't necessary to move the painting forward. And again, like I keep saying and kind of reiterating, but I'm not going to leave something out that is needed, but I'm also not going to put something in that is not needed to make the painting successful. I'm not surrendering any quality in the decisions that I make. My decisions are all how to best give the illusion. All of my decisions are based on that. And so, sometimes the illusion requires details, sometimes it doesn't. And what I'm trying to do now is figure out which things the illusion requires details and which ones it doesn't. And this is one of those things, part of it is experience and part of it is just, you look at your subject and you figure out like what is defining the thing I'm looking at, right? What is the, when you take everything else away, what is defining the character of the thing I'm trying to represent here, right? And so that's what you're looking for, getting really to the heart of the subject.
From Sana, a wise man once said, "A good artist knows what to put into a painting. The master knows what to leave out."
Yeah. That's not my line, but yes, a very wise artist. I don't remember who said that, but a very wise artist said that. surprisingly, it doesn't take much more than patience to put in everything. But it requires an understanding of why things work, to know what you can leave out, and not even what you can leave out, because that gives an impression that you're cutting corners, but what you should leave out. Paintings benefit from allowing the viewer to be an active participant. And if you leave nothing undone, the viewer is no longer an active participant in the work. Right? They become merely a spectator. If you can engage the viewer so that the viewer is not merely a spectator, the painting takes on a completely different kind of life. I just want to step back from this, see how it's looking. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. So, I'm just looking to see if I've left anything out that I think is important. Because I always leave stuff out. Back in now, highlights. Right, so like considering the complexity of the metals, like how you would think about them, they're really not that hard to do. But you have to have a plan. Without the plan, they become nearly impossible to manage. A little bit more particular with these marks. There aren't going to be as many of them, so I want to be very careful with them. They're going to be very precise. And again, this is really like in here, this is where we're starting to get very close to his face. These need to have a little bit more, I don't want to say more explanation, but I'm just being a little bit more specific with them. I don't want them to break from the look of the others, so they're still being stippled in to the degree that they can, allowing them to have some kind of natural kinetic energy in the strokes, the marks that are going down. But I am making a few arguably much more precise placements. And some of these marks are quite a bit thinner than others I've put down. I've not really put down anything very thin before. Here I'm dropping a few thinner marks in, so they feel a bit more precise because they're going to be so close to the tie and to the face. And again, I'm just taking off one at a time. So I'm doing a coin, then the joint, coin, joint, one at a time. And I've got my finger on the photograph, so I'm working between that joint and my pinky, so I keep track of where I am. I don't want to lose track of which thing I'm working on. Again, remembering while I'm working, this doesn't have to be highlighted everywhere. I'm trying to think of it in terms of everything else, not overwhelm it. Just keep it simple. It's an abstract thing, and I want it to stay that way as I'm working. Step back and just take a quick look. Good. Just polish off this up in here. My brush just picking up a little bit too much paint. So I want to clean the brush just to make sure that I am in control as I'm working. I've got a chain that I've got to put in here. I'm going to switch over to a different brush for that. I don't think this brush is going to do a very good job at describing the marks that I need. It's going to have to be built up. So I'm going to put it in with our light shade to start, and then maybe drop a few highlights in it, and then I'll let it be. And I'll come back around to it. Later on in the process. And again, I may be able to get away with literally just hinting at it. I won't know until I kind of lay in and see how it goes. It's fairly prominent in here, but it may just be the highlights, the little bit of brown, and then a few hits of highlights will be enough.
Nicholas said, I love the control of the brush Kevin has. And Rebecca said, it really does look amazeballs. 200 years from now, a Nicolas Cage type figure is going to find some clues from this painting. What kind of clues, though?
No, this is somewhere in this painting. There's a code for the Illuminati's treasure. Some other conspiracy thing, right? It's hidden in here somewhere.
So that's why we're having all the network connection issues.
Yeah.
The plot thickens. Back to that quote about a good artist knows what to put in. Frank said, fantasy author Charles DeLint said that quote, not sure if he's the original author.
Oh, okay.
Nicholas said the secret of the broken painting lying in Kevin's garage.
But there's a part that is really loving the bold nature of those 2 marks.
Yeah.
Sitting in the black there like that. The impulse to take them down, so they don't stand out so much, is pretty strong. But I love the way they look. The internal struggle begins. Do I leave it? Do I leave it or do I take it out? Well, it's true. It's like it could be over the top. It could be too much. So liking it is not enough to leave it in. I gotta manage that.
But you won't know until you step back, right?
Yeah, I won't know. And it didn't jump out at me before. There are a few marks in here that are actually clearing into the darker purple. And so I really don't know at the moment.
Looking at this, I feel like I could just pick up a part of it and feel it drape off of my hand with the chain links.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Step back, take a look at this. So I'm going to start to pull together the painting. So I can take this down, better look.
They're wondering if you're painting thickly.
No. Well, the paint is really kind of wet and fluid. I'm putting it down in dabs and I'm not knocking it down, so there is some texture in it, a little bit. But it's not dense paint. But it definitely has some texture to it. Very, very little bit, very small amount.
When the jacket darkens, will it make the gold stand out more?
Actually, what's going to make the gold stand out more is when I put in the actual violet on the collar, because you're then going to have gold against violet. And so, and those are a few marks put in very much the way I just put this in, but they're purples on top of the dark velvet collar. So let me get the jewel done.
You might be racing against the clock.
Or what? 4 o'clock?
The dreaded network connection issues that tend to come around 4:30 or 5.
Oh no, I'm gonna be done with this in a few minutes. It's all that's left.
Great.
I'm not gonna do any of this. I'm gonna do this. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Tomorrow, I want to knock out the rest of the face. I want to go back in and do the left side of his face and his hair, and then we'll come back next week. We'll knock this out and just start pulling the painting together. There's not a lot left to the painting. I mean, it's not anywhere near what the finish is going to look like. But there's not a lot left. You know, it's like 90% of the work looks like 30% of the painting. And the last 10% is everything else coming together. Because again, remember, it's all about how things relate. So until all the relationships are in place, you really don't have anything. And you can see that, like yesterday, as we started to establish these relationships, how solid it became. Same in here, like this is now starting to feel finished. It's not, there's still more to do, but it's starting to feel like everything about it is tangible.
Question from Patrick.
Yes.
Did you ever go through a stage where you were searching for a unique style, say akin to Leroy, Neiman, Peter Max, Pollock, etc.?
No. I don't. So my thinking on style is that you don't look for a style, you just paint. Paint intelligently. Your style will emerge from you naturally. And that's why just because you study with somebody doesn't mean you paint like them. Because your voice and their voice are not the same. And so you are going to paint eventually, though you'll learn the skills from one place, you're going to paint the way you paint, right? And so you don't chase after a style. You just learn how to paint. And then once you know how to paint, your natural style will emerge. And again, like you can go into it and say, well, I want to paint realism. Well, that's not a style. That's you know, because there's a broad range of what realism is, right? So it's open to all kinds of interpretation. So for me, I'm never looking at, oh, you know what, I actually have to do that too. I never looked for a style, I just painted. What came out of me naturally once I developed skills is my style. And it'll be the same for you. You know, if you fall in love with somebody else's art and you want to paint like them and you want to labor in the direction of doing that, and that's fine. But what I would say is that you're better off enjoying what makes their work so beautiful in their work and not worrying about trying to be like them. We all have our own voice, and it's better to just let our voice be what it is. You know, kind of go through the process of learning, and then see what it generates, see what it yields. Again, the idea of like if you're trying to replicate a style or a look, you're trying to define your own voice, what happens is it's just another moving part you now have to manage. Right? Like I was saying earlier, like I love like Art Nurgem, love his work. I couldn't paint like him. I mean, I could, but it doesn't fit me. It would be one of the most unnatural things in the world for me to try to produce paintings in that style, as much as I love the style. So what I've done is I've learned to enjoy being a spectator of people who paint in that style. And I appreciate their work. I really appreciate the work that's done. If I were doing it myself, I might not appreciate it nearly so much. And again, even the more complex metal, this jewel, I don't want to paint it any more refined manner than the rest of this, because I don't, again, if I do that, this will then start demanding that other things be brought up to a like state. And so for me, better to leave everything in the same state. It'll be recognizable, the overarching patterns will be there, and so better to just leave it that way. I'm back to like having to worry about my edges in here, where I'm kind of catching a shadow from the vest. So I want to manage that type of stuff first. I don't like where this is. I'm kind of push it out of the way. Even outer edges against the clothing, just make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. You don't want to have these, all of a sudden, these ugly edges creeping into the painting because I didn't take a little bit of care, kind of get in one mode and then forget what the rest of the painting looks like and how this has to marry to it. Right, and it's easy to do that. Kind of lose track as you're working on one thing, you become blind to the whole. So just want to make sure that all of this in here, at least as a starting point, is a little bit smoother, and then I'll build up my highlights on top of it.
From Rachel Salt, what are your thoughts on trying to find your niche?
Well, again, like if we're talking about a business, then obviously you don't find it. It's funny. There's like these kind of misconceptions about stuff. Like, let's talk about like cookies, right? So if you love baking cookies and you make the greatest cookies in the world, you don't then go, well, you know what? People are baking apple pie and selling it, so I'm going to go bake apple pie, right? Like, just because there's a market. You bake cookies and you find a market for what you make, for what you enjoy, for what you love. I don't paint portraits because there's a market. I paint portraits because I enjoy them. And if I stopped enjoying them, I'd stop painting them. I painted science fiction and fantasy book covers because I enjoyed them. And you can see the love in the work. And you can actually see in my career, as I started to get bored with it, there's a drop off. The work's just not inspired after a while. And so if you're not painting what you love because you think there's a living in it, that you're looking for a niche that is a viable career. I talked about this a week or two ago. People painting, people collect thimbles. I mean, and I find thimbles absurd. I mean, which is why I bring them up. It's a highly collectible market. Thimbles. And so, like, if you love thimbles and you collect thimbles and you know about thimbles, you would be a good fit to go and spend time with other thimble people. And you could make paintings of thimbles. And as long as you love thimbles and you understand what makes a thimble a special thimble, other thimble people will know that you're one of them, and your work will resonate with them and you'll be able to sell it. So it doesn't matter what you like. You don't find your niche. You paint what you love, and then you find your clients. Very different thing, right? So it's about doing what you love, developing skills, doing what you love well, and then finding people that it resonates with. But that's people finding. That's not finding a place a type of art to make a living. Right? And so you want to think differently about that. You want to think of it that way. What do I love? What would if I didn't have to make money at this, what would I paint? And again, that's for those people who are thinking of like career. If I didn't have to make a living at this, what would I paint? And talking a little too much. And so if you can answer that question, once you have that answer, then it's, okay, I'll paint those things. Now where do I find people who like that stuff too? Right, so again, if you paint thimbles, and I use this as an example. So, like, well, who would want to buy a painting of a thimble, right? I would say the same people who buy thimbles. But why would you buy a painting of a thimble when you could just buy a thimble if you're a thimble collector? It sounds ridiculous. But what it comes down to is, like, there are thimbles. There's one of a kind in the world. There's only one of them. And so only one person out of 7 billion has it. But lots of people would love to have it. So what if you made a painting of that thimble? So the person could have that thimble, at least in some sense, in their collection. I'll give you another example. People have horses and they love their horses. Their horse is a family member. The horse is in a barn. But to have a life-size painting of their horse in their home puts their horse in their home. Like, why would somebody have a life-size painting of their horse done? Well, because it's a family member that lives in another house. This is a way of bringing that family member into their home. Yeah, if you don't own horses, you wouldn't get it. And if you are around people who don't think of horses that way, you wouldn't see it. But there are a lot of people who do. And it's no different than the thimble collectors, or people who love newts, or people who love acorns, or like the list goes on and on. It's like, and like with thimbles, there's a conference, a convention in some city somewhere in this country every weekend. Every weekend. Because there are that many thimble collectors. There are that many collectors of all things. And so it's just a matter of like what? Even coins. Like, as long as you can get an image of an elegant coin that is very limited, why not? Paintings of highly collectible bills. Yeah, I wouldn't want to paint a dollar bill, but there are people who do. That guy Anthony Wechulis paints dollar bills. And insane. The quality of what he does, but the precision. But again, the thing is, like, if something resonates with you, that's your niche. You don't find it, it finds you. Your job is to figure out where you find the people who share the interest, because that's where your collector base is. Okay, so I kind of lost track of myself in here, and I just started building out the lights a little bit more than I really wanted to. I want to keep this simple. So most of this is just going to stay this shade.
Rebecca had said, I feel the urge to make that thing you're working on now, to make that lighter than the rest because it's around white, ?
No, not necessarily. It fits in here with everything else. So it doesn't really matter. Like, the relationship between this and this and this is no different than the relationship between these two with this. It's all connected. And so I don't need to make this lighter to make it fit, even though it's sitting on white. Because this is related to this, and this is related to everything else here. So as long as these things relate, this will relate the same. And so this is going to require a little bit of work after it dries. I'm going to have to put in some darker values and a few very specific lighter marks. Not a lot, just a little bit. Again, I am not looking to render this. But a couple of marks, and I'm talking about 8 or 10 strokes, will make this look more detailed than it will be at the end of what I'm doing right now. It won't take much to do it, but it will have to be done. To bring this around. Like, these I think are less specific than this. Like, when I look at them, there's so much more going on in here. This is a simple design that expresses like a single idea. These are so many things going on, so many patterns, and it doesn't require the same specificity to be successful, where this does. This is clearly a symbol of the sun.
Sarah Price said, Steve Mills' newspaper paintings are insane too.
Steve Mills, I do not know the name.
Would you like to see?
Sure. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Again, you would not catch me dead doing that, but that's pretty impressive. And again, like in order to be able to do something like that, you've got to be so hardcore I mean, just being able to control the impulse to move through something quickly. It's not an easy thing to do. Like I said, I have a lot of respect for people who can render like that. I don't have the interest. I mean, if I had the interest, I could do it. I don't have the interest. It's not for everybody. Again, just not going too crazy with this. I'm realizing that there's some stuff in here that's not correct. Trying to kind of manage it. Right, and again, I mean, I'm seeing that it's not correct because I'm not worried about the transfer so much, and I'm seeing like the transfer was kind of lacking up in here. And so I'm just trying to paint some of the things that I'm seeing, organize them for another pass. And again, simplicity, don't need to do too much. So for now, what I'm trying to do is set the stage to be able to finalize it with very little work in another pass. So I'm gonna have to do a little bit in here to get it where I want it to be. And again, I know that I'm going to be glazing over this, so I'm taking that into account as I'm working on this at the moment. Again, so now, because I'm not finishing it in this pass, my focus is now to set the stage for finishing it in another pass. So I'm kind of changing gears on it. Not trying to push it close to the finish line, but to prep it for the way I'm going to finish it.
What brought you to that conclusion as opposed to the other?
You know, I just, as I'm working, I'm just not seeing it. It's, there's a lot going on in here, and I'm not seeing it come together under the brush. As I'm working. I'm just seeing, I don't know,
So that next path of least resistance is opening up to you to be another layer.
Yes.
When do you put in the links between the necklace and the medallion?
I'll do that once I've got the medallion in place. I've got to put some links in up here as well. the details on the medallion, I really don't have any idea. It looks like this is just like pebbles and leaves. It really doesn't, I'm not seeing anything there that is anything overly representative of, you know, it's not indicating one thing or another. And so I'm trying to just create a pattern. I don't have values in here that are dark enough, which is why one of the reasons I know I'm going to have to glaze. There are values in the image that are darker than what's in the medallion as I'm showing it here. So. Finding more places that I can drop in my darker value. Open some of these things up a little bit. And again, I mean, it's moving along. I could probably get away with it as it is. I don't want to. Again, like, so there's a difference between being good with where it is and being able to get away with where it is. I'm not looking to get away with it. I want to be happy with it. It's an important symbol. And again, like, you know, I talked about this earlier, like, so this is all, these are symbols of service, not stature. And so this is earned, and it's worn as a symbol of his position, but it's a position of service. And so I want to make sure that it's right, because again, I mean, you don't get to where he is accidentally. You work very hard in order to get where he is within the organization. It's a commitment. It's a lifelong commitment. And so I want to make sure that the things that are in the painting that describe the commitment, that describe how, like, again, that kind of define the commitment that he's made in his life, that those things are handled well. Right? And it's not that anything in the painting isn't being addressed at that level, but some things I think are more relevant than others. This in particular is the symbol of his station. And so making sure that it feels right. And again, that doesn't mean rendered. It just means that it feels right. It'd be just as impressionist as everything else. But it didn't feel right the way that it was. It's starting to pull together nicely. I'm starting to feel good about it. I'm going to open up. Again, I'm still finding some areas in it that are a little bit darker than I want them. I'm just going to open them up a little bit.
And are you familiar with what this looks like in person?
Yes. Yes, I am familiar with it.
And you take that into account when you're working?
Yes. This is actually, this is the second one of these that I've done, and actually we had 4 more of them that students at the school did, a year or 2 ago. And so, like, I know what all of these things are. I've painted them before. And so, again, like, I'm trying to make sure that I'm imparting what is important in the painting, and giving it the dignity that it deserves. And so again, like, the tuxedo is not the same as the jewel, right? Even this is not the same as this. This is the symbol of his station. And so it has to do the job right. And again, like any client that you have, like when you do a portrait, you must know your client. You have to know who you're dealing with, what matters in the painting, like what is really important and what isn't, right? Because without that information, you're making a painting for you, not for your client, right? So you educate yourself about your client before you start working. The more you know about the person you're painting, the more you can figure out, the better the painting will be. Because the idea is that the painting represents a person. If you don't know about the person, how can you paint them? How can you do a good job of painting them, of representing them? And I mean, the bottom line is that you really can't. How can you paint something you don't know anything about, right? And when you're doing portraits, it's about the people. So you have to understand the people. You have to understand why the person's being painted. Again, like even if you're doing a portrait of a child, there's a reason that the parents have chosen to paint the child. A grandmother, a mother, a father, whatever it is. Why are they having that person painted? And it's not merely to document them. There's so much more to it. There always is. And it's like, so knowing why the person's being painted, why have these people chosen to go down that road? Because a lot of people would love to, well, they wouldn't mind seeing themselves painted, but they're not going to commission it. What distinguishes the person that commissions the portrait from one that doesn't? What is it about the portrait, about them deciding that they want to have this done, to immortalize somebody? Right, so what I would say is like, if you don't have children, you probably shouldn't paint children, okay? I'm gonna start there. And the reason is that you don't understand how a parent looks at a child. And obviously, if a child's being painted, it's the parent who commissioned the piece, or the grandparent. But if you don't have children, you very likely have no concept of how a parent views their child. And so how can you possibly do anything but paint skin? You're basically painting the surface. If you have children, you understand what that is, what that painting means in that moment, right? Because anyone who has children knows that, you have a child and they're perfect, and then 15 minutes later, they're perfect again, but they're a completely different human being. And then an hour later or a year later, like they're changing all the time. And at each one of those stages, they can be perfect, but they're perfect for a reason. There's something special about those moments. And when a person comes and commissions a child, they're not doing it in a lull between those spaces. They're doing it when they see something and they're like, I need this. I need this forever. I need to be able to see. It's like having a puppy, right? Not to equate children to puppies, but a puppy and a dog are two very different animals. A puppy, there's a wonder in the puppy, and it runs around and it plays, and it's a different animal. And when they grow up, they're not the same. It doesn't mean that the dog isn't great also, but the puppy has moments that you want to remember them forever. You want to hold on to that puppy forever. You don't want them to grow up. They're 12 weeks old and they don't pee in the house anymore. I want this animal for the rest of all eternity, right? But you don't get that. The portrait kind of gives that to you. But if you don't have kids, you can't really understand what those stages in life are, right? And so when you paint them, you're painting in a foreign language. This is again why I say, like, don't try to find a subject. Love a subject and then paint it, right? And so I don't remember what the original thread on this was, but But that's just a good idea to kind of walk away with it. Like paint things you know, paint things that matter to you. And if you don't know something about a subject, educate yourself before you paint it. Don't do paintings of people and think that they're just people. There's a reason that they're having the portrait done, and they're having it done now. There's a reason for it, and so know what it is. Know what matters in their painting. That way you're, like, if you know who they are, it makes it easier to do a painting that's a good fit for them, that does a good job of describing them. Right? Because that's what this is. This is a description. Right? And so who's the painting for? Like, even if I'm painting a child, the painting's really not for the child. The painting's for the parents. So that changes. Like, if you're painting the painting for the child, you have a different client. It's a different painting. You're painting it for the parents, they're a different client. You paint the painting for the parents of the child. The child's not really going to care about the painting, not for more than 30 seconds, until they get older. When they get older, the painting kind of goes from the parents to the grandchildren. The kids that were originally painted that are now grown up, they'll hold on to the painting. But the painting's really for the grandchildren, for their children. So that when their child is 8 years old, they say, look, this was Daddy when he was 8 years old, right? It connects you in that way. But knowing who your client is, you paint the child, but the child's never your client. That's not your client in that circumstance, right? You paint a mother. That painting is more for the husband and for the children than for the mother, right? So that when those children grow up and they have kids, they can say, this was Grandma when she was my age, or this is Grandma when I was your age. This is what Grandma looked like, right? This is right. So you're kind of immortalizing these important moments. But like, it's not enough to just know your subject. You have to know who the painting is for, like why you're doing it, and that requires care. You have to care about what you're doing and why you're doing it. And that's why I say, don't find a niche. Know what you love and then work on those things, because you won't have to be taught how to care about who the client is. You'll know who the client is because you would be a client if you weren't the one doing the paintings.
It's 4:20, just so you know.
Okay. I'm just gonna drop in the links in here. I think I'm gonna leave this up here. I don't want to rush it. Let me see how quickly these go in. They should go in pretty painlessly. I'm gonna have to add a link. All right, so these are gonna have to have a shadow glazed in on top of them. Which is fine. Again, I know that I'm going in here and glazing later, so it's not news. And I think I'm going to leave this. I want to get darker in here. I don't want to feel rushed on it. I have a lot to do down in here still, and it's not going to be a big deal to drop that in later on. But this, I'm actually feeling really good. This actually pulled together beautifully. I could probably do almost nothing else to it. I think it might actually be done. I got a little bit of glazing to do just to firm up a few edges, but it might actually be done. I'm not sure yet. I'll make a call on that along the line as I go, as I continue to work on the painting. So I do have to just fix this, but I'll do that after we jump. Anyway, so feeling pretty good. I'm liking this. I actually am going to wipe this out. I put in the chains in between that last thing I just did. I'm actually going to wipe it. Can they see? It's fine. So I put this in. I'm actually going to take it out. I don't like it, and I'm going to do it. When I do this, I'll put it in, and I'll just, again, like for me, I'm looking at it. It's not okay. It does the job, but it's not okay. It's not up to the standard of everything else around it, and I don't want to be messing with it. I don't want to be messing with it to get it to work later. I want it to just work, and so I want to be careful because I have this white paint. It's dry, but it's not really dry. So I'm just going to kind of leave it, I think. See if I can be careful about lifting paint. It's good. Yeah, so this is going to start to become an absolute freaking disaster if I keep playing with it. I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave it alone, and I may have to put a little bit of white over that when I go in and I connect these things. But I'm just going to leave it like that. Going to take this down just a little bit. I know that I'm very likely going to go in and do some detail work on that. So better to leave it alone. I'll deal with it later. I'm going to touch up. I'll touch up this, and when I come back in and I do this, I'll do this at the same time. But again, I got lots to do in here. It's not like I'm done with this. I've got a lot to do in here with this paint. No big deal to kind of stretch it out into my next pass. Not a problem at all. And then I don't feel rushed. When I go in here, I'm just going to touch those up a little bit. They're not going to be perfectly covered, but there's other paint going on top of this. I just don't want the white dots. So, any questions before I break for the day?
Might as well keep the live stream on while you fix that up, right?
Yeah, I guess. So, and again, I'm just going to test the color and see what happens. There we go. So, yeah.
All gone. Wow, it literally disappeared on the camera.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, all I did was took something a little bit darker and redder, covered it, and then just kind of wiped the surface. That just filled the holes. I say holes, they're like microscopic depth. But anyway, so there we go. I'm feeling really good with the way this has worked out. Yeah.
That was so easy.
No problem. And again, like it looks like it's going to be like the hardest part of the painting, but it's not. And again, it's if you know how to break it down and make sense of it, everything can be managed.
I'll take another look. Feel free to ask questions now. So tomorrow is the final pass to finish the face?
No, but it's the next part. I didn't do the right-hand side, so I'll be doing that. Still a lot to be done, right? So I'll be finishing up stage 2 of the face tomorrow, hopefully. The hair and the right side of his face, which right now is just a shadow. I need to open that up and get some light in there. So.
All right.
So, any questions?
I'm not seeing any come through.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for making it in. We're working on the head again tomorrow. Hopefully that will then be resolved, and then all that will be left is one pass to finish the head. And that's really kind of bringing everything into place It's all pulling together very nicely. And again, I've been making a point of verbalizing any place where there's any kind of struggle. And I hate, the struggle is not the right word, but any place where things don't go exactly to plan, kind of describing it and verbalizing it so that you're hearing it, that you're seeing that this is the same challenge that you have when you're working on a block, one image. That I'm still doing the same thing, and it doesn't come free, that I have to work and I have to think and I have to plan. And if I plan well, things roll out easily, and if I don't plan well, I fight, right? And so, but also that just because I'm fighting doesn't mean I'm losing. I just kind of work my way through it, and I stay calm and I just do my thing, knowing that if I stay calm, that I do know what I'm working on, that I'm not over my depth, I'm out of my depths and I'm going to drown in it, that I'm working on something that is within my ability, as long as I stay calm and focused and think about the things, the components that make it work. And so, but you can see it's starting to firm up, and you'll see, like, again, I imagine we had a massive drop off from the first video till now. I'm not talking about the people here watching in real time, but overall. I imagine that like 5,000 people showed up and watched this video, and they're looking at it like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. The mess at the end of the first day, how could that possibly turn into a portrait? But I can promise you that by the time this thing is done, if you put this in a museum, nobody would think twice about it. It's going to look like an antique, and that's the goal. The goal is to make it look like it's already 100 years old. So that it fits into a collection that's a few hundred years old. But it's coming along beautifully, and for all of the ups and downs as I've been working, I'm very, very happy with where the painting is, and I know where it's going. As things get closer to the finish, it becomes more and more clear exactly where I'm going to land relative to the original vision. And so I'm kind of course correcting along the way, but I now know where the painting is going to be at the end of the process, which is always nice. You kind of feel like you're kind of driving along in a tunnel, and all of a sudden you come out into the light, and like you can now see, you've got a sense of the lay of the land. And I'm just, like I said, everything is now, it doesn't mean that I could just close my eyes and paint, but everything at this point is now really kind of well established, and the relationships are well established. And there shouldn't be any hiccups between here and the end outside of this. Because I resolved this edge of his face where the light hits the shadow, planning to not put the shadow in. And so now I'm going to have to negotiate that terrain. It's the only place that could be problematic, really. The rest of the painting, for the most part, is very straightforward. And each day, we should be able to see some major steps forward towards its completion. I am still, the rate at which I got this done kind of tells me the pace at which I'll get the rest of this done. And I'm thinking we may still finish on Wednesday next week. The only reason that we wouldn't is if I require more drying time between something in order to glaze on top of it. And that might push us into the following week, though I'm trying to structure it so that that's not the case. I'm going to try to structure the painting so that we get enough done each day that we finish next Wednesday. But that would require 3 days of glaze in a row, potentially, meaning every single day when I come back in, the glaze is dry. That's not necessarily, like I'm seeing this is still wet, and I was surprised with that. I expected this to be dry today. And arguably, it's still not dry. So we'll see how that all plays. I may put a little bit more alkyd in my medium. Again, we'll see how it all goes. But thank you again, everybody, for coming, and I will see you tomorrow.